I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the residents of Fort Charlotte, who have given me this privilege to be their voice in our national parliament, I am grateful. And Madam Speaker, last week, I extended my sympathy and love to the family of Mrs. Effie Sawyer, a very distinguished nurse and community leader. And since that sitting of Parliament, two of her neighbors would have also experienced loss. And I want to first extend this afternoon my condolences to the family of Gus Knowles. And Gus Knowles, a well-known family right on Eden Street, the son of Nurse Nora, another nurse from the community, the late Nurse Nora, and Willis Knowles, well known throughout the community. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it is rare that one passes the residence without encountering Gus. Also, another family from Fort Charlotte, Theodore Knowles, died, and I want to extend condolences to the family, to his father Samuel, and to the entire Knowles family in Fort Charlotte. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Fox Hill has spoken about statecraft. And it is in that context that I support the three bills, the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill, the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill, the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill. The Financial Transaction will come at the next sitting, I am made to understand. And I say statecraft, Madam Speaker, because we all, since 2000, have been faced with an external threat which has arisen and become more urgent at different times. And we know, Madam Speaker, in the context of what we're dealing with, in June of 2000, the Bahamas was the subject of a number of punitive measures. One by the FATF, classifying the Bahamas as one of, I think it was 14, what they call non-cooperative jurisdiction and territories. And they set out a number of criteria as to establish that these jurisdictions were non-cooperative in terms of anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. Along with that action, by that measure by the FATF, you also had the Financial Stability Board of the OECD making a similar, taking a similar measure against the Bahamas. That was followed almost in identical terms by an advisory that was issued by the United States Treasury Department And of course, Madam Speaker, it put the Bahamas in a tailspin. A tailspin which has not stopped from 2000 to now. And therefore, I know the honorable member of East Grand Bahama was saying we are following the script, but this predates their tenure, and of course under the leadership of Mr. Hubert Ingram, national consultation was undertaken and a raft of legislation, what they call a compendium of legislation, were passed. All of this within the year 2020. As a result of those legislation, the Bahamas, which as a offshore financial center, had been performing very well. And within a period of 12 months, the number of banks domiciled in the Bahamas was reduced by 50%. Much of the mutual fund business and the insurance business left the Bahamas, went to Bermuda and other jurisdictions. And in 2001, in about 14 months, the Bahamas was removed from the what quote unquote blacklist, which word I would not use any further, but on this list of non-cooperative jurisdiction. But Madam Speaker, they kept the Bahamas on the monitoring list. And therefore, when you had a change of government and the Christie administration came to office in 2002, the Bahamas, notwithstanding having passed this raft of legislation, the Bahamas was still on the monitoring list. I know from firsthand, Madam Speaker, because I was the Attorney General at that time. Also, later that year, after being appointed Attorney General, I also was appointed as the chairperson of the CFATF, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. And Madam Speaker, as I attended on behalf of the country to remove the Bahamas from the monitoring list, there were a number of things that I would like to share, Madam Speaker, with your permission, with honorable members. The first thing is that it became apparent to me that much of what the Bahamas was forced to do, the onshore financial centers, which were part of the OECD and the European Union and the G20, were not allowed to do. For example, Madam Speaker, the Bahamas, in order to be removed from the list of non-cooperative jurisdiction, had to abolish bearer shares. Had to abolish it because they said that the practice of having IBCs issuing bearer shares was a vulnerability, and it made the jurisdiction susceptible to money laundering. But Madam Speaker, you can go to Delaware, Nevada, to this day, and you can incorporate a company and still have bearer shares. So clearly, and also in other OECD member countries, you still have corporate vehicles issuing bearer shares. So we see, therefore, that the ground was not level. Then we have when we came to office, the banks complained that the amount of compliance, we grew up in a small village in the Bahamas. We know each other. We related in most cases with each other, whether we acknowledge it or not. But yet to open up an account, one had to, if it was your auntie, she had to come and bring an affidavit. She had to bring a passport. She had to bring all of these required documentation to establish that she is my auntie. And I am the one, on behalf of the financial institution, opening up the account. So the bank said that much of what had been prescribed in the law was impractical. So one of the first things we had to do was to come back to this honorable house with a wave of amendments, as we are doing today, pushing back some of the compliance obligations, because in the context of the Bahamas, they were impractical and, quite frankly, impossible. And therefore, we would have locked people out of the financial institutions with which they had been customers for decades. And therefore, in the interest of practicality, we had to push back and amend the legislation. But the 40 recommendations of the FATF and the additional recommendations with respect to combating the financing of terrorism kept being expanded, kept being refined. Now, I'm going to look at who is doing the refining and who is doing the prescribing. And therefore, when the country thought that it had reached a point of full compliance, we found ourselves again having to recreate the architecture. But what we found, Madam Speaker, was that when the Bahamas is on the list or on the monitoring list, where the financial institution, in particular the banks, are at the point of the sword, where they can lose their corresponding banking relationships in the United States and other jurisdictions, there is this incredible pressure. But during that period, as Attorney General, all of the members of the European Union who had bilateral concerns with the Bahamas, they started pushing. They started complaining that we were not processing their requests fast enough. In 2003, 2004, I had to double the number of lawyers who constituted the International Cooperation Unit. So we see that this being at the point of these punitive measures made the country very vulnerable. And therefore, the anxiety to stabilize meant that we had to really, all of the concerns, and some of the bilateral concerns were not related to financial services issues. It could have been with shipping or maritime, whatever it was. If a complaint were made, then it became an issue of international cooperation. So we worked very, very aggressively. And it became clear, certainly to the government and also to many of the attorney generals within the Caribbean who were serving with me on the CFATF, that this regulatory regime was a tale of two cities. Because the rulemaking was in Europe. Okay. It was under the aegis of the European Union, and the OECD. So we had a few countries like South Africa, Canada, and these two countries in particular were the countries with which who lobbied for us in the OECD.
We should never forget them.
Absolutely, because they were constant friends when many other countries were extremely hostile. I have never been in a more hostile situation. And let me just share with you. When we had the ministerial meeting of the CFATF, as chairman, I made a ruling that only ministers should be present. Germany, Spain, the United States, and all of these countries, they said, well, we've always been present. But I said, please leave, because I want the ministers. And I thank God for Mayor Motley. Mayor at that time was Attorney General in Barbados, and she and Sam Bulgian, Attorney General from the Cayman Islands, they stood firm with me. And we had a ministerial meeting. And in the ministerial meeting, we passed a resolution, Madam Speaker. And in this resolution, it had become clear to me that the European Union, when in the European Union, none of us as Caribbean attorney generals had any standing. So the body making the rules, the body to which the FATF reported, did not constitute a universal body of countries like the United Nations. Decisions made in the United Nations, save and but for the Security Council, in the General Assembly, we have a voice and we have a vote. In the European Union, we have no voice and we have no vote. And the FATF reports to the European Union's Parliament. Therefore, we see that the rulemaking upon which punitive measures are taken against the Bahamas as a sovereign nation state are prescribed by a body that does not have the universality which we expect under international law. And to give you a case in point, when I appeared before the FATF plenary, I was the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I was the chairman of the CFATF. The Bahamas was on the agenda. And you know what, Madam Speaker? When the Bahamas came up, I was asked to leave. It was done very politely, but I had to go. I had to leave when the Bahamas was being discussed. But before I left, Madam Speaker, before I left the room, and I have all of this detail in my book, right? Before I left the room, the NCCT criteria, which had been used to put the Bahamas on this list as a non-cooperative country, all of the members of the FATF had applied it to themselves. They called it a self-assessment. And Madam Speaker, most of them failed. And I was sitting right there when a vote was taken not to publish the results. So we see this for me, from the experience I have, is that it is incumbent upon us, Madam Speaker, to protect as best we can in the context of realpolitik. We know that, sometimes might makes right. But for small countries like us, we have to rely on international law, on the principles of comity, and therefore, as Attorney Generals, we decided to pass a resolution that the issue of anti-money laundering, the issue of combating the financing of terrorism, that these issues, which are the foundation of compliance and international cooperation and now tax, that these issues should be the subject of a global convention. The subject of a global convention under the aegis of the United Nations. Because, Madam Speaker, if it is in the United Nations, it means that we as a member, we have a right. We have a right to be at the table. And also, Madam Speaker, if the application is under the supervision of the United Nations, we are also at the table to ensure the uniform application of the rules prescribed by a universal body. And that resolution, Madam Speaker, is in the record of the CFATF. But under the Christie administration, the cabinet determined that the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas will take this call to the United Nations, and Minister Mitchell, as foreign minister, and in the General Assembly, I think it was 2004, 2005, and 2006, in the presentation of the Bahamas, a call was made for the convening of a global forum where we can bring all of the countries together to establish an international treaty, transparent, open, universally participated, to deal with this question of anti-money laundering. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, for us, the Bahamas, that is, we always play above our size. And historically, we have done so. Well, but you have to, but I'm sure you told the person that you represent a sovereign country. We may be small, but we always play above our size. And Madam Speaker, this is not an empty boast, because in 1985, when all of the Commonwealth met here, CHOGM was held in Nassau. All of the prime ministers and Margaret Thatcher, General Gowan from Nigeria, Rajiv Gandhi from India, and Hawks from Australia. And all of these people came together. And Madam Speaker, it was one of us who was the chairman. One of us. One of us was the chairman. And in spite of Margaret Thatcher being in support, well, against sanctions to South Africa, it was Sir Lyndon and a group of persons who were able to get the Commonwealth to impose sanctions on South Africa and called for the release of Nelson Mandela. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this is one of the first countries Mandela came to when he was released. He came here to say thanks, because it was here in Nassau, the Nassau Accord, that helped to shift the global opinion for the release of Nelson Mandela. And ended apartheid. So we play above our size. Madam Speaker, it was also in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. That which defined the 12 nautical territorial limit, the 200 economic, and all of the basic principles that are now part of maritime law. It was one of us. It was George Stewart in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who was one of the most respected technical leaders, and he pushed the idea of the archaeopelagic principle. The United States initially opposed it, but today the principle of an archipelago is part and parcel of the law of the sea. And the international headquarters of the International Law of the Sea Authority is in Jamaica.
That's right.
Right there in Kingston.
That's right.
So what we see, Madam Speaker, in this matter of anti-money laundering, which is the basis of compliance, we have the ability to lead this campaign because, Madam Speaker, Bahamian professionals are sought after in every major financial center on this earth. I know some personally. The United Arab Emirates, one of our top professional, I think Rowena Bethel is there. We have Bahamians in London playing a key role in the financial industry, Tom Bain and so many others. In France, in fact, Julian Francis was in the leadership of one of the major banks in Paris before he came home. So, Madam Speaker, it is not any lack of intellectual capacity, because it was just stated in the presentation by the Honorable Member of Centerville that the Bahamas stands tall on the indices of compliance. But, Madam Speaker, even Europe recognized the Bahamas as a leader, because when I was chairperson of CFATF, the FIU came together and they were able to bring FIUs together. And in 2006, the FATF and the Egmont Group recognized the Bahamas as representing the best practice. So it isn't that we are not compliant, Madam Speaker. It isn't that we don't have the expertise. It isn't that we are not competitive, Madam Speaker. The problem is, I believe, we are too competitive because we are competing with jurisdictions in Europe and the United States that are in high tax jurisdictions. Should we be penalized because of their high tax? But, Madam Speaker, it is documented by the World Bank that the jurisdictions where we have had the most egregious cases of money laundering, of arms trafficking, it's not the Bahamas, it's New York, it's London, it's Lugano, it's Paris. Madam Speaker, this is the World Bank. The World Bank did a study, and they wanted to say, well, are these practices prevalent in offshore financial centers? And of course, they concluded that they are prevalent. The most egregious cases, and we're talking about documented cases, are in the onshore financial center. Also, there's a...
Excuse me, Honorable Member. I don't know who phone keeps going off, but I had my fill of cell phones today. Next time I hear that cell phone, the Sergeant of Arms will be in this room. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, there's also a report called the Foote Report, and Mr. Foote who formerly headed the financial regulatory body in the UK and was here for a period as the supervisor, bank supervisor, was invited by the British authorities to conduct a report on the offshore financial centers, what they call their overseas territories. And what that report established is that offshore financial centers represent a net asset to the global flow of money and investment and economic transactions. So what we see, Madam Speaker, is that we call for a level playing field. And to level the playing field, Madam Speaker, this subject of anti-money laundering, combating financing terrorism, and also tax harmonization ought to be in a UN-sponsored convention where all of us, onshore and offshore, each of us has an equal voice and an equal vote. And it is then, Madam Speaker, that this issue of compliance would not be a smokescreen for protectionism. And that is what I contend, Madam Speaker, is that when you have my competitors, because they are my competitors, they are competitors, controlling and making the rules, then of course, the playing field will not be level. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yet again rise on behalf of the wonderful, hard-working people of Long Island, who I have the great pleasure of representing in this place. Before I get into the issues of the day, I want to note a few concerns arising in my constituency. Madam Speaker, we are certainly in need of more road works, and I'm sure that the good member for Fort Charlotte would assist me. But through you, Madam Speaker, I would like to also say to the member that the road works that was happening on the island is completely stalled. And I'd really be grateful if you'd look into that. It's been in a stationary, stalled state for some months now. In fact, prior to us leaving office, we expected that the paving works would have begun. It remains in this dusty state, and it seems like the contractors have either abandoned the site or are not able to proceed. The same applies to works as it relates to healthcare. I know the member for Pine Ridge. Not Pine Ridge, Tall Pines. I have spoken to him in reference to conducting works at our main clinic in Dedmondsky, as well as the clinic in Sims. And we continue to look forward to those works being undertaken, given how important it is for Long Island and our progress. Madam Speaker, it's another issue that I'd like to address concerning my constituency, and that's the issue of teacher shortages. And through you, to the member for Angleston, we do have been hearing some concerns with respect to teacher shortages at a few schools on the island. And I would hope that the member would look into that on our behalf. I'll speak to you after as well, member. Yes.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Ingliston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This issue of teacher shortage is a very chronic, vexing issue, exacerbated by the decision of the prior administration not to hire a full complement that was recommended, and in a cutback, created an instant deficit. We've now identified in every island, including Long Island, where the shortages are, in which subject matters. And we are about to seek to undertake, which we hope will be an aggressive recruitment for the purposes of filling these vacancies. But that's the problem. We've inherited a legacy issue. But of course, we're the government now, and we're seeking to fully complement, put in place full complements. And in Long Island, Long Island will not be forgotten.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Angleton. I appreciate that. And Angleton, there's been a number of students, even from my island, who've completed, went to UB on Ministry of Education scholarships, and they have been languishing out there. They haven't been hired for quite some time. So perhaps that's something you can also look into.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angleton.
Yes, they would have been languishing before we took office. However, the issue is the processing of students for employment goes through a number of channels. One is the Ministry of Education, but I'm sure you're familiar, having served in government before. From there, it goes to the Ministry of Public Service, and from the Ministry of Public Service, it goes to the Public Service Commission. Then there has to be vetting by the Royal Bahamas Police Force, because that's mandatory for any person working on the school campus. So there are a number of tiers, really outside of the control of the Ministry of Education. We are as anxious as anyone is to recruit teachers. So I appreciate the concern. Tell the students who are out there who are being employed, tell them not to feel as if they're languishing, because we are doing all that we can to ensure that they get in the system, because we want teachers in the system. Okay?
Well, I appreciate the member's response.
Thank you.
I don't wish to get in the back and forth.
You can get into it, because
I don't wish to get in the back and forth with the member.
Yeah.
And this isn't I'm really and truly anxious, and I'm trying to relate concerns. If I wish to get into a back and forth, believe me, I would have approached it a different way. But I can assure you, as someone who has taught, who's been a teacher, okay, that there are persons there who finished UB for some time now, who would have been on Ministry of Education scholarship, 6 months to a year, Ministry of Education scholarships, and the ministry will be fully aware of these persons. And while I'm at it, let me also say that we are in need of special education teachers.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamagra.
Is there a point of order?
Madam Speaker, here on a point of order. The school semester starts, as is nationally known, in September. Teachers would be hired usually during the month of July and August, so that they would be in place for September 1st, or the end of August rather, because teachers go to school before students. So any hiring of teachers would have been done during the August, or should have been done during the August period, especially the teachers who were on scholarship or government grant during that time. And so it's disingenuous for the member to assert that the teacher shortage is lagging because of anything recently. We're in the process of correcting, as the good member for Angleton said, for correcting what was left and undone during that period of time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The time of which the member for Yamako and Angleton are speaking of, us and the entire world were basically under the conditions of COVID. It was very difficult to recruit, not only here, but throughout the world. So we faced challenges. So member cannot say that we did not aggressively pursue. Unfortunately, we were faced with COVID.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Houston.
May I think I appreciate the point you're making, but it doesn't apply to this scenario that the member is speaking of. He's talking about students who have been under grant with the Ministry of Education, studying education in the Bahamas, Bahamians, who have not been engaged. And as the member for Yamacross has pointed out, this is something, we're midterm, we're in the middle of a school year. We were elected after the beginning of a school year. These things you are speaking of should have been done. But we're the government now, and we're seeking to address it. And that's the issue.
Thank you, Honourable. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, the government is the government, so they should fix it. And as a teacher, someone who was a teacher, I was hired in December. okay, in the December term. So teachers are not only hired in August. That is not accurate, and the member from Yamakura knows that. Teachers are not only hired during the summer months. They are hired in December as well, okay? And it doesn't, all of this back and forth still don't address the issue of teacher shortages. We just want the issue of teacher shortages addressed as it relates nationally, but more specifically to Long Island. And the same applies to Ministry of Education, Angleston, and the need for special education teachers in my constituency. We have a lot of kids in my constituency with special needs, and we would desperately request or like to have at least one special education teacher assigned to Long Island. Go ahead.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Angleston.
There is an acute shortage of special education teachers and guidance counselors and other areas. I've been here 6 months. So that's not an excuse. I'm just telling you the things you are complaining of for Long Island. I believe you had that case for 4.5 years. But let me say this to you. We are
in and out every year.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. I can get the facts for you. Who's hired in and out because we have the facts.
That's not a
So it doesn't make sense making assertions because we have the facts. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the issue of special education, that this is an area, and guidance counselors, that we are aggressively seeking to recruit, and you will see advertisements in very short order, specifically identifying special education and guidance counselors. We're going to do our best to get it right. But we met a dysfunctional scenario, but we will do all that we can to address the needs of children in Long Island, because we are very concerned about children in Long Island. So I'm as concerned as you are, and we are working on it.
I appreciate, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the members' commitment. But as I said on my seat, teachers are transferred in and out every year. It's not a stationary, the facts don't remain the same every year or every semester. And as such, the government is the government. You're the government, fix it, man. Fix it. We're wasting time. Fix it. I'm asking you to send us some teachers. We need teachers. We have teacher shortages on the island, and that's all I'm requesting. And the same applies to at least getting a special education teacher. It's important for my constituents. It's important for my constituency. And let me tell you, Angleston, every time I get up in this place, when we were in office, now that you are, I have also, you can check the hand side. I have advanced the view that we need additional teachers in Long Island, and whatever the other concerns were. And so I appreciate, nothing is perfect. I appreciate you committing to address it, Angleston, and I look forward to those matters being resolved.
Okay, member.
Madam Speaker, one of the key failings with these pieces of legislation over the years has been enforcement. Why we were blacklisted by the FATF has been due to a lack of enforcement, the bills lacking teeth as well, or not having legislation with teeth. And I believe that these provisions will now hold people accountable. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, what we see today, many of these are F&M initiatives. The F&M moved us off of the FATF list and away from being blacklisted. You know, when we took office in 2017, Madam Speaker, the previous government had only completed 15 of the 40 recommendations by the FATF. And so we had to move with haste to fulfill those requirements. Between the 30th of November and the 15th of December 2015, that's the tenure of the last PLP government, the Bahamas underwent a fourth round of mutual evaluations by the CFATF, that's the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. And we were found to have only been compliant at that time with 18 of the 40 FATF recommendations. So the previous administration, the previous PLP administration had 2 years to address the deficiencies. However, when we came to office, we found little done. We found very little done. Very little done. In fact, Madam Speaker, in November 2018, our technical compliance team had moved compliance from the 18 that we inherited in 2017 to 30 of the FATF recommendations. And that's a fact. And December, by December 2020, the Bahamas had been removed from the FATF gray list, and that's verifiable facts. Verifiable facts. I think today the Bahamas is now compliant with about 38 of the 40 FATF requirements. Madam Speaker, having said that, the government must be keen to engage in a broader discussion as it relates to the financial sector and the government's strategic plan or plans relative to the sector. Madam Speaker, on the issue of financial services, the government must also seek to address the corporate tax issue. We heard mention of it. But what are the details? We're talking about corporate tax. What are the details as to the proposed corporate tax? In fact, it would be prudent of the government to release a white paper on taxation, a white paper that seeks to engage the public on an overall tax regime, or what the government might be proposing, or any revamp of the current tax regime. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we must move away from regressive taxation. So what should a new tax regime look like? Why, if any work is being done on a tax regime, is it being done in secret? Are stakeholders being consulted? The government must allow for wider participation of the public and understanding of what is happening. That is dialogue and exploring all taxation options that are available to us as we move forward towards a more progressive tax structure. In fact, the global corporate minimum tax is an opportunity for us to shape our own tax structure. This is a real conversation that we must have. Madam Speaker, I agree. We must broaden our tax base. We must find equality and equity when it comes to how we tax. Madam Speaker, there's a need, and I believe that there's a need for a tax residency certificate. We can implement that. I think the sector would support that. There's a perception that we might get into trouble for it, but many countries have a defined criteria for when a company or a person is a tax resident. For such persons who spend X amount of time in a particular place, we require, or many of those countries require, a day count. I believe that a day count, and I believe the sector believes that a day count would be a fair criteria, looking at how many days a person spends in a particular place. And in the absence, Madam Speaker, of a tax residency certificate, as it stands, the only way a person or an entity can demonstrate to their home countries and the regulators there that they spend a particular time in the Bahamas, they really have no way, because there's no government document to show that they're deemed to be a tax resident of the Bahamas. This is another way for us to make money. So yes, let's incorporate a day count. Let's move towards a tax residency certificate. And let's ensure that this is subjected to tremendous scrutiny, benchmarking that which is to be done, and any recommendations. I think the government should go out and speak to the sector as relates to coming up with a tax residency certificate, or what the requirements would be, etc. And two requirements should be a day count and a minimum amount of investment. And this is to ensure that people don't simply come in, buy a property, flip it within a week, and thereby get away with a TRC, that's a tax residency certificate without having anything to tie them to the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we want to hear more about the digital assets policy position coming from the government. We say we want to be a global digital asset hub. However, there must be greater ease of doing business so that one is attracted to doing business in the Bahamas, wants to do business in the Bahamas. I believe that Dubai has recently had legislation passed with respect to increasing the ease of doing business in Dubai. Madam Speaker, we have a number of concerns as it relates to the ease of doing business in the Bahamas. For one, the time frame in some instances for business licenses, clarity on who might be the supervisory authority in some cases. I think the government must clearly articulate a policy statement in that regard. The government must make sure that infrastructure is there to support businesses and persons wanting to come in, start new business without having to be frustrated and having the process dragged out. There can't be a clash or confusion about who's the regulator with oversight. And we see that more often than not, clashes between who is the particular regulator with oversight. We have to get it right. And this is a tremendous opportunity. There must be absolute efficiency going forward. Madam Speaker, the FNM can take a lot of credit for what we see now in the cryptocurrency sphere. We held the first Bahamas cryptocurrency conference. This could be a whole new industry in the Bahamas. When you look at FTX, which is a major entity that has been attracted to this jurisdiction, an entity that has cited that they came to the Bahamas. They said it, that they came to the Bahamas because of the legislation that we passed. And we hope to attract more entities like FTX to the Bahamas because there's much value to them coming to the Bahamas. That said, the infrastructure, I'm 100% sure, the infrastructure must be in place to accommodate these persons coming. The legislation must be in place. No business wants to be bogged down in bureaucracy. We want to create a hub for fintech, but we also need stable. The reality is we need stable, and we could talk about legislation and creating this hub all we want, but some basic things we need: a stable and reliable electricity supply, a stable, efficient, and state-of-the-art internet and communication platforms. And these utilities must be cost-effective. This is how we attract these billion-dollar entities to the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, indeed, it can be frustrating to do business in the Bahamas. As a business person, I know this firsthand. I remember some years ago hearing of some constituents of mine, but 2 years ago, they were trying to get a business license for heavy equipment. They were given a runaround, prohibited from getting this business license because they were unable to get a permit from the Ministry of Works at the time. They were told that they needed a road permit. Business licensing told them they needed a road permit before they could get the business license. In order for them to get the road permit, they had to have the vehicles because they had to provide the VIN numbers for the vehicles. But they didn't have the vehicles as yet. They were seeking to get the business license, formalize their relationship, go out there and get the vehicles, and then come back. This frustrated them. And I think that, I don't know if to this day, they have established that business. They wanted to obtain a business license to put their various business dealings together, to make purchases using the business name, not their individual names, and to borrow as necessary, to even establish a credit line with the banks, etc. But this Ministry of Works road permit at the time caused the difficulty. And one of the questions I asked was, well, why does that fall before Inland Revenue, business licensing? The Road Traffic Department should deal with that. Inland Revenue should issue the business license. And once they get their vehicle, there's a process. The process should regulate itself. So they would not be able to put any vehicles on the road without this permit. Obviously, when they go to road traffic will ask them, hey, you have your vehicle, you see it, where's your permit from the Ministry of Works? As opposed to business license saying to them, you got to come with this and you have to come with that. Putting the cart before the horse. I had a similar experience some years ago with a young police officer from Andros. Shared with me how he was frustrated and became discouraged, having gone to the business licensing department, been frustrated and gave up on his dream. He then applied to join one of the law enforcement agencies, moved to Nassau, and that was it. But here's the thing. He had financial backers, but he lost his drive to be an entrepreneur. There are far too many hurdles, Madam Speaker, for young people wanting to get into business. And I say so, having experienced the same over the years. What's worse is the fact that there are some unhelpful folk who work in some of these areas whose attitude, approach, and lack of vision themselves discourage entrepreneurship when they could encourage it and help to facilitate it. And so the ministry, so going forward, Madam Speaker, I believe that it's time for a turnaround. It's time for a change. I think that the turnaround time when one is seeking to establish a business is far too long. The responses are not timely. There are layers of frustration straight across the board. Straight across the board. And unfortunately, doing business in the Bahamas is widely viewed as a molasses-like process that is only compounded by delays, unnecessary and unfounded inquisitions. Always remember, I am in business. I am in business. And it's frustrating. The former Minister of Finance, he can tell you, Foxen, about the communications he has received, as well as the former Financial Secretary. But, Madam Speaker, this is a... But now that you're in office, Foxen, you fix it. You all fix it. You all fix it. The people elected you all, West Grand Bahama. Fix it. Fix it. You got 5 years to fix it. 5 years. And so it's a frustrating back and forth that either results in prospective business people either giving up or dishing out sizable tips, or in some cases operating outside of the law. The ease of doing business can only be heightened by the removal of red tape and the roadblocks that appear to be related. Madam Speaker, can you protect me from the memo for West Grand Bahama, please? And Foxy. Madam Speaker, I hope so. I hope so, Foxy. I hope so. The ease of doing business, Madam Speaker, like I said, can only be heightened by the removal of red tape and roadblocks that appear to be related to the antiquated processes at the Inland Revenue. And the Business Licensing Department has, in my estimation, been going beyond the scope of their remit, going into the remit of other regulators and thereby frustrating persons, other agencies, frustrating persons. They should have one rule: verify who the persons are, do their vetting, issue the license, call it a day. Another department, another agency picks up on whatever the other queries are. Madam Speaker, I cannot and do not see the Bahamas realistically advancing up the ease of doing business index in this fashion. Ease of doing business is not merely about being able to get a business license within 24 to 48 hours, the renewal that is, every year. It is also about being able to start business without being hassled, and being able to start business with people who are interested in helping young or not so young entrepreneurs get started as opposed to frustrating them. And so what we need, I believe, at the Business Licensing Department are business ambassadors. Business ambassadors. We got to move away from this tips culture where you give a tip, you get your work done, or you get your license, or you get whatever you're seeking. Even worse, Madam Speaker, I found the Registrar General's Department to be molasses-like. Company registration remains slothful. The same relates to recording properties and various other transactions. I know that the groundwork for greater efficiency has been laid. I know that the contract has been signed or was signed under the previous administration. So we must expedite the implementing of the new systems at the registry. I'm told that the end of the year, this year is the projected time frame for implementing these new systems. However, it's only March, and that's quite some time. And quite a lot of business happens in a particular day. The Bahamas needs to be more open, competitive, and technologically advanced as a financial center. At the moment, when one looks at the Securities Commission and the Compliance Commission, more often than not, the assessments and communications seem similar. They could perhaps be merged and become a single entity. This would avoid the duplicated regulatory requests. Madam Speaker, we need to move towards establishing the super regulators like we see in the United Kingdom and in Dubai. We must avoid the overlaps we see. We must streamline processes. You see, there's talks and ideas about a super regulator that just been on the table for many, many years. The government must pass, I think, the relevant legislation to ensure that such a framework comes about. We have a super regulator, a super regulatory entity. That's long overdue. And how does the central bank fit into that entity? Well, we could look at the UK or the Dubai model. A single regulator, perhaps with two limbs, one dealing with prudential matters and one dealing with financial conduct. A financial conduct authority and one that is of the central bank, much like the Bank of England, can deal with monetary policy. Let's take a look at Dubai, Madam Speaker, and we know how much the government likes Dubai. Madam Speaker, according to the website of the Dubai Financial Services Authority, the Dubai Financial Services Authority is a regulatory mandate. This is the super regulator that includes asset management, banking and credit services, securities, collective investment funds, custody and trust services, commodities, futures trading, Islamic finance, insurance, an international equities exchange, and an international commodities derivatives exchange. So in addition to regulating financial and auxiliary services, the Dubai Financial Services Authority is responsible for supervising and enforcing anti-money laundering as well as counter-terrorist financing requirements. They're also responsible for investigating
Members,
the affairs of companies and partnerships where a material breach of the company's law is suspected, or to pursue enforcement remedies available to the registrar. Madam Speaker, we take a look at the United Kingdom. We know that the Dubai Financial Services Authority is responsible for implementing and enforcing financial services rules and regulations, but in the United Kingdom, we have a similar setup. And we can adopt the legislative approach from there as well. We look at super regulators. In the United Kingdom, there was a super regulator called the Financial Services Authority that was split into two. And here you have now the Prudential Regulation Authority. That is a financial safety that checks into the financial safety and soundness of banks. And of course, this entity regulates the conduct of banks. This entity has the power to regulate conduct related to marketing of financial products, I should say. They specify, the legislation is just being moved. They specify, well, we're now just only talking about financial bills. Check the hand side, Grandmama. Grandmama, you're not going to distract me. This entity also specifies minimum standards and to place requirements on products. They have the power to investigate organizations and individuals, and the Financial Conduct Authority, that is, can also ensure that they can ban products for up to a year whilst considering an indefinite ban. They have the power to also instruct firms to immediately retract or modify promotions when it finds
members,
misleading.
member on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we're at it, we need an ombudsman. That is something that we spoke about in the last administration. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pass that piece of legislation, but we need an ombudsman. And in addition to that, we need a financial ombudsman service. A financial ombudsman, a person or an entity that can deal with issues like insurance matters, bank charges and interest rates, payment protection insurance, etc. Long overdue in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so we should move towards setting up an independent super regulator with the powers to call people to account, etc., where we can avoid duplications that we see with the Securities Commissions and the Compliance Commission, and so on and so forth. A second prong, the second major regulator in the UK is the Prudential Regulation Authority. And that has been overtaken. That is now an arm of the Bank of England. Their job is to supervise banks and credit unions and insurers and major investment firms. So you got two regulators, not the bevy of regulators or the plethora of regulators that we see in the Bahamas. And while at it, Madam Speaker, we must move towards finding ways to regulate the digital world, establishing a digital authority or maybe incorporating that as a part of the super regulator. And so as we move forward, I'm looking forward to these progressive financial legislation and regulations to really avoid duplication, to avoid some of the frustration that Bahamians and companies wanting to come and invest in the Bahamas see. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I look forward to the issues raised today, particularly as it relates to teacher shortages in my constituency being addressed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Vauxhall.
To provide some information to the member. The teachers in burnt ground, man. What happened to the teachers in burnt ground? You looking out for them? Oh, the teachers in burnt ground. The teachers in burnt ground, man. They're looking for you. I'm advised by the Ministry of Economic Affairs that the World Bank has abolished the Ease of Doing Business Index because it was believed to be corrupt. Countries were manipulating the survey process. I'm also advised by the Ministry of Economic Affairs that there is a financial ombudsperson, and that person operates out of the central bank, and the person was hired under your administration.
They must not be effective. We certainly need an entity, not a person, a regulator, including bank charges and interest rates. Including bank charges and interest rates. They are certainly not effective. Now, whether they abolish the ease of doing index or not, ease of doing business still remains a problem in the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
You have no more speakers? No, I would prefer you not to. All of you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I speak, there would be several articles that I would refer to. I would adopt such article, and I would sign at the end of my presentation. Madam Speaker, today we are in this honorable House again debating amendments to our laws governing financial services, which is a vitally important sector of our economy. And during our previous term in office, we sought the cooperation of the opposition in the national interest on matters affecting the sector, especially as we faced the task of removing the stain of blacklisting from the Bahamas. The then opposition, by and large, supported the necessary reforms and improvements to the regulatory powers of authorities to improve efficiency and transparency in the sector. And today, Madam Speaker, the House is addressing 3 amending bills to the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, and the Anti-Terrorism Act. The government must be constantly vigilant. It must engage with the international community on the basis of a level playing field where all standards being applied to our small jurisdiction are being equally applied to all other jurisdictions. And in the specific case of the EU, also evenly applied to their own onshore financial service nations and to those jurisdictions in some of the largest countries in the world, which operate as de facto offshore tax havens within their borders. We must ensure a level playing field as a matter of fairness. We must surmount these continuing challenges for the benefit of our financial services sector and the thousands of the high level and many ancillary job opportunities it creates for the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I consider my government's achievements in accomplishing the removal of the Bahamas from the FATF gray list between 2018 and 2020 and the EU blacklist in early 2022 to have been amongst the most important accomplishment of our administration. We succeeded in saving our financial services sector and in repositioning the Bahamas as a regional leader in financial services. We set the standards for other competitive jurisdictions to follow, and it is fair to assert that the Bahamas is among the world's leaders in the fight against money laundering and terrorism financing. But, Madam Speaker, a nation must have a holistic approach to dealing with all manner of crime. In the past weeks, there has been a stunning amount of violence in New Providence. And some days, one could lose track of how many shootings and killings there were. Young men are shooting and killing each other, with bullets flying all over the place, threatening the lives of innocent bystanders. We have heard from the government and law enforcement that there are gang-related motivations behind many of these incidents. That information does not make any of us feel any safer. Bahamians in various communities in our major population center are living in fear and constant anxiety. As the killings have gotten worse and worse, these residents have been waiting on a comprehensive plan from the PLP. Madam Speaker, crime affects all entity. As I was called last night by one of my sons who had his vehicle broken into and all of his various important personal documents subsequently stolen. And I must thank the police that they're on top of the case, and I hope that we would be able to retrieve such documents. With respect to the plan, Madam Speaker, comprehensive plan, none has come. This is the government that said it would be ready to hit the ground running right away. Yet going on 7 months in office, the government has been caught off guard and with little direction or focus on crime. There seems to be no comprehensive crime strategy. In a 2011 National Crime Address, former Prime Minister Perry Christie stated on behalf of the PLP, and I quote, "People are afraid and they are angry. They are afraid that the violence is going to continue to escalate. And they are angry that the government has offered no meaningful response." He also stressed at the time, the tsunami of violence sweeping our nation was never inevitable. It tells you an important reason for the escalation of crime in the Bahamas is poor governance. I want to repeat that from the former Prime Minister Perry Christie. It tells you, meaning crime, an important reason for escalation of crime in the Bahamas is poor governance. This government has been paralyzed, unable to lead on this crucial issue. Those, end quote, from former Prime Minister Christie. Despite those words, crime continued to worsen during the PLP government. Is the nation on track for the same crime tsunami under a new PLP government? Madam Speaker, startled citizens not involved with any of the recent spate of violence have recorded and circulated voice notes of nearby shootings. On these voice notes, we can hear the terrible sounds of gunfire in neighborhoods where criminals are raising children and families. In its Monday, March 28th edition, the Tribune noted there were 35 murders for this year already, based on its records. That is a high number for a country with a population of approximately 400,000 individuals. We are on pace to have more than 140 murders this year if this rate of killing continues. And on the campaign trail, the now government said they had plans to fix problems such as this. But in power, the problem is getting worse. The member for Cat Island has spent a significant period of his time as Prime Minister traveling, as I've said on numerous occasions. He has not been focused on the job the Bahamian people entrusted him to do. One wonders how much or how little he notices the chaos and the mayhem on our streets in recent months as he went traveling. Perhaps his head was mostly in the clouds, having seemingly finally woken up to the crime crisis in New Providence over the weekend, Madam Speaker. Over the weekend, member for Cat Island held what he called a conclave, bringing together various stakeholders. Meaningful consultation is essential and a good thing. However, what actions should Bahamians expect out of the so-called conclave, which to some seemed more like a public exercise? And the PLP are good at that. We should not forget, Madam Speaker, that the current Prime Minister was one of those who defended erecting billboards advertising crime statistics before the 2012 general election. This tells us something. This tells us a lot about such individual, how he thinks about urgent and difficult matters like crime. The editorial in Tribune 2013 noted, I quote, when asked if he thought the posters would scare potential tourists from visiting the country, Mr. Davis replied, I cannot hide the truth, and we cannot suppress the facts. We have to address the issues of crime. Is he willing to apologize for that stunt? Does he regret?
You want to apologize for the 4.5 years you've been in power. You want to apologize for that. Left the bloody country broke.
Oh, I could fit.
You finished?
No, I thought he was getting up on a point of order. Does he think it is now a good idea to erect billboards at places like Saunders Beach, advertising our crime rate in 2022, now that he's Prime Minister and Minister of Finance? And should such billboards be erected in the interest of truth, as he said, and facts, as our economy is still struggling and inflation is raging out of control? One of those who was at one of the roundabouts with the member for Cat Island back then, showing off a billboard, is now a senior policy advisor to the Prime Minister. Thankfully, at the time, Madam Speaker, a number of PLPs condemned the decision to erect those billboards. Tourism stakeholders and officials and officials were outraged. Madam Speaker, the crime strategy in our previous government was led by a respected senior former police officer. Madam Speaker,
The
can I
chair
have
recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, if I can direct your attention to Rule 32.3. I think the extent of interruption and efforts to interrupt the speaker has gone beyond the point of reasonableness.
Yes.
Rule 32.3 says when a member is speaking, no other member may speak or make any noise or disturbance so as to interrupt him except under these rules. And he's not rising on a point of order, but he's now repeated shame a number of times. And it's been quite disruptive, Madam Speaker. There's people at home that are paying attention to the conduct of this honorable House, and I don't think they're pleased at this moment.
Thank you, honourable member, for making us aware of the rules. The honourable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The crime strategy in our previous government was led by a respected senior former police officer. Sadly, the current Minister of National Security is not regarded by many as the appropriate or best person for the job. In the Prime Minister.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I wonder if Kalani could identify the respected police officer. He surely can't be the one who left and them didn't appoint Commissioner of Police when they had the chance.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Mr. Speaker,
Kalani.
Madam Speaker, I don't think that's a point of order. If the member would reflect back on his history, he knows exactly who was the previous Minister of Finance, Minister of National Security. So I would continue. The Bahamian people have no faith that the government can implement a plan to reduce the levels of crime and violence on our streets. The Bahamian people do not see leadership regarding the crime crisis. And the so-called conclave appeared to be nothing more than a photo op designed to try to convey to the people that the Prime Minister is doing something. Bahamians are smarter than that. They know that all this government is show. The government know this is a pretend government. Walkabouts, picture taking, and lots of talk are mostly what you get from this government. The governing side has no idea what to do regarding the problems facing the country. No serious plan to address gas prices. No serious plans to address the cost of living crisis.
No serious plan.
I had spoken to his grandmother. No serious plans to address VAT on bread basket bahamians. No serious plans to get more people vaccinated. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are frustrated. Bahamians are afraid. And crime is high. Unemployment is high. The price of food is high. The price of gas is high. And every time Bahamians look for some help or hope from the government, all they get is talk, and more talk. I say to those on the other side, you are no longer a new government. The honeymoon period is over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The PLP has been in office going on 7 months. The people expect leadership when it comes to the challenges they face. They are angry with those in power because they put VAT on bread basket items and certain medicines, causing life to be harder on them. What was the point of this cruel tax? The government is adding social pressure on our people by what it does and what it does not do. They added tax to foods that were VAT-free on the one hand, and on the other hand, they refuse to lower the gas taxes at a time when prices are surging due to various factors including the war in Ukraine. And I want to point out, Madam Speaker, that under conditions of war, the impact of the war does not generally set in for about 2 to 3 months. Just as the government is failing in the crime on fight, it is also failing more broadly to help Bahamians. Madam Speaker, crime is a multifaceted problem. We need the government to do more in terms of policing, judicial reform, and criminal justice system. We need the government to get to work creating more jobs. We need the government to get to work dealing with the educational system. We need the government to provide more social assistance to those who do not have enough food. And we need the government to ensure there are enough police officers to patrol our communities. We need the government to provide the Office of the Attorney General and Judiciary with the resources to ensure trials happen quickly. There's much work to do if we are to have calm on the streets.
900 men down. You left it that way.
Madam Speaker,
Shame yourself.
you come outside, you'll see Will Smith.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Albans.
I want to know if this is the conduct that we're going to be expecting in this House. I realize the seniority of these two men that seem to be talking across the room. But if this is to be the precedent that this Madam Speaker is establishing as acceptable, then I'll participate in it. But if it's not seen as acceptable, now he's threatening the former Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
I'm listening to you. What did you just tell? What did you just tell me? You told me that I am accepting that?
I'm asking.
That's just banter.
I'm asking if you're accepting that. That's just banter. That's fine. That's just banter. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sit down. Keep seated.
6 policemen, you got 9 the next time. Threats of what? It's a form of pride and
You're a Catholic, you know. You're a Catholic. Behave yourself. Father Burton and Bonaventure would be very disappointed.
Are you finished?
No, I'm not. Madam Speaker, I wish to note some of what was said in the FNM's most recent election manifesto about our record, our approach, and our intentions to continue to address violent crime. I quote, "Safety and security during our first term were viewed via a holistic framework across multiple disciplines. Over the last 5 years, we have been able to consistently reduce serious crimes such as murder, armed robberies, and sexual offenses by strengthening the legislative framework, incorporating advanced technologies, helping modernize the judicial system, reforming rehabilitative programming for our incarcerated population, creating the appropriate infrastructure basis, and promoting an integrated national platform among law enforcement agencies for effective and efficient response to crime. While a number of crimes were trending downwards over the past several years, we knew there was still considerable work to be done. We knew there would be a need for increased vigilance as curfews were ended or reduced following the pandemic. Vigilance on crime must be relentless and it must be aggressive. We cannot let down our guard for even a moment. Criminals and gangs quickly take advantage if we let down our guard for even a moment. We specifically discussed gun violence in our manifesto in a section entitled, quote, "Reduce the use of illegal guns, weapons, and ammunition." We noted, quote, "According to the United Nations, youth violence in the fourth leading cause of death is the fourth leading cause of death for persons between the ages of 10 and 29. Globally, 85% of youth homicide victims are males. They also are the majority of perpetrators of these crimes. Went on, for the period 2017 through 20, the rate of youth homicide steadily decreased in the Bahamas. The F&M administration, further quoting, has adopted a multidisciplinary approach to gun violence and associated crime. We aggressively implemented new policy methodologies and engaged in joint operations with our national and regional partners to rid our streets of illegal guns and ammunition. We also engaged the National Neighborhood Watch Council to address the gun violence in communities throughout the Bahamas, engaged National Crime Council to address underlying issues in victims and perpetrators of crime, to foster healing, and equipped our law enforcement agencies with new technologies such as shot spotter, CCTVs, and training to increase response time to gun violence. Our manifesto noted in the next term we intend to install more shot spotters, gunshot sensors to detect, locate, and alert police to gunfire. Introduce drone technology to complement shot spotter to identify perpetrators quickly. Improve multi-agency partnership between HONLIA members and international border patrol agencies to interdict guns and ammunition before they enter our borders. Build greater capacity for NCIA to gather intelligence and disseminate to HONLIA to reduce the number of illicit firearms and ammunition on our streets. Partner with the NWC to develop more youth and mentorship programs for our at-risk youth, and continue to construct youth centers in urban areas to offer conflict resolution programs and educational training for youth program development. Madam Speaker, we had other strategies we intended to implement. Adhere to recommendations from the Forensic Lab Committee convened to build a 21st century scientific lab through a public-private partnership. Renovate and upgrade law enforcement facilities throughout the Bahamas. Introduce legislation to create a national DNA database to compare perpetrator profile samples in sexual offenses. Support global initiatives to eradicate human trafficking in the Bahamas and around the world. Work in partnership with the National Crime Council to address the root causes of domestic and sexual violence in our society. Invest more in public awareness and socioeconomic support for victims and agencies rendering aid. Foster greater partnership between the police force and the National Neighborhood Watch Council, NNWC, to create safer communities for victims of domestic violence and of sexual offenses. Madam Speaker, I note that our manifesto was much more detailed in our crime-fighting strategy and ideas than the PLP's election plan, which was more like a pamphlet. We now see the result of this. The PLP had no comprehensive plan. The Davis administration.
The church recognizes the honorable member for Vauxhall.
This is entirely irrelevant to this debate.
You have the penal code.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? A debate is before the House on financial services bills. The honorable member for Kalani has he mentioned anything about financial services bills? He's been talking for almost 30 minutes and not one word about the bills that are before the House. I was struggling to find the actual rule on this, but the thing is, the whole thing should be struck out as irrelevant.
That have the rule, Madam Speaker.
You know?
Order is based on preaching.
Yeah, there's plenty of references to relevance in the rules.
Where's the rule? What is the rule that you understand?
You know, gee, man, I mean, enough is enough. Get to the bills, get to the bills. Speak to the bills, speak to the issue, no issue. Now, what he's done if it's allowed, is he's opened up us. I wish I could use the words he used outside the House, but I won't, because they probably will tell me, what words? You want me to go to the Tribune and get it? What you said? About who you're going to... Oh, yeah, okay. You know, because there's a rule that you could adopt that as your own, too. So that's my point. Get to the point. You know, all this moving around, talking nonsense.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, it's very disappointing that I'm continuously interrupted by the member from Foxhill. When the member is an attorney and he knows that the penal code is a part of the bill, and the penal code speaks to crime throughout that particular legislation. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow crime and gang violence to get even more out of control. I thank you. I am closing. Please, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, close then. Close, but don't get smart. Don't get smart.
He's becoming very irritant.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, for Lord's sake. I've hurt the Prime Minister's feelings. Oh, why did I do that? I hurt the Prime Minister's feelings. Poor baby. Poor baby.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. May God bless our law enforcement officers and their family. And may God help the member from Foxhill. Thank you very much.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? So, Nancy, you look like you into cheerleading. Now I'm watching you close. I hope you do that for my Honorable Member from Marco City when he get up. I watch my eye on you.
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
What's your run? You know, Madam Speaker, National Security Ministers in the House now.
I would have the usual greetings for my constituents, which I will shorten, because Kalani has raised a number of issues, and with some gall, that require address.
Put it on it.
But the good people of Freetown who send me here would expect that I stand up for law enforcement who were very badly treated by that member and his government. And I will in short order set it out. But I thank them for sending me here, and I try my best, with the help of God, not to disappoint them. Now, these bills and the misstep in these bills just shows what the government of the member of Kalani thought about law enforcement. You see, Madam Speaker, the reason for one amendment to the Registration of Beneficial Owners Bill that they take such great pride in having passed is that they did not think about law enforcement at all. That is how much they thought. As Prime Minister, Kalani and his former respected policeman who could not be appointed Commissioner of Police by then Prime Minister Hubert Ingram passed an entire act which was supposed to empower law enforcement with certain powers. And if one looks at the Act in 2018, this would be section 12.5, provides this. A designated person shall provide the results of any search, and this is a search about the beneficial ownership of companies who may be trafficking drugs, who may be involved in terrorism. But a designated person shall provide the result of any search requested under this act within 15 days of the submission of a request for information, unless it is notified that the request is urgent, in which case it will provide the information sought of it within 1 hour or such other time period to be agreed between the requesting law enforcement authority on authority named in subsection 6 and the designated person in accordance with the circumstances of the request. Well, they never designated the Royal Bahamas Police Force. They never defined law enforcement authority. And so we have had to come, not to cut and paste, but to fix the debacle that they have left. Because that was 12.5 of Robo, which is why if the member had spent his time addressing the bills, as Fox Hill has said, he would have found that Section 2 of the Robo amending bill provides Section 2 of the Principal Act is amended by the insertion in the appropriate alphabetical order of the definitions. Law enforcement authority includes the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Customs Department, or the Bahamas Immigration Department, all Honlia agencies who up to this point could not demand a thing. But this is their wonderful work. This is why, Madam Speaker, I was referred to as argumentative. I own that because I know the definition of argumentative. People call me cynical, and I own that because the definition of cynical is believing that people are motivated purely by self-interest, distrustful of human sincerity or integrity. The longer I'm in this house, the more cynical I become. In the other place that I spent 30 years, and I should say criminal conduct is an interesting thing to watch and observe. But in that other place I worked, we had some rules. The first one was relevance, so that when you come and make claims, everyone has prepared for it. I come to this house over and repeatedly and hear debate about things, as Foxhill says, that has nothing at all to do with the business that we are here for. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, we've heard quite a lot about crime. It falls from everyone. And on the other side, we were told that they're not going to politicize crime. That is what we were told. Well, Foxhill would know that I'm cynical with regard, and the entire panel, two of whom are blood relations to me, but, you know, it is what it is. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is what I've been noticing here is the members on the opposite side have had a miraculous epiphany over the last 6 to 7 months. Things that would have cured all of the problems in the Bahamas are now in stark focus to them, now that they are no longer in the chair. They have all the answers for everything. It's just amazing. Yes, and we will continue to solicit all of the answers to everything that the other side didn't manage to do and exercise while having the ability to do so. But with regard crime, let us just set some parameters, Madam Speaker, because in this place last week, don't pull it now because I talk, you know.
No, but you see, he opened the door.
Yeah.
Once he puts it in, you didn't realize that. Once he puts it in the domain, you got to smack it back down.
The first step, Madam Speaker, is we hear about, and it falls from the mouth of Kalani, that under the FNM administration, policing was being directed by somebody other than the Commissioner of Police. It was their well-respected former policeman who drove it. Now, the law, as I understand it, and as the Constitution directs, is that the Commissioner of Police and the police are to be free of political influence. But that minister,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
And I beg to differ. My minister did not run the police force. He was minister, he was government representative. The commissioner of police ran the police force. He may have put forth recommendations and the direction which the government wanted in terms of reducing crime. But the police always put forth their plan and they dealt with crime, not my minister. Though he was knowledgeable in the matter, but he did not interfere.
well, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind that the same Commissioner of Police who ran the police force, according to the member for Kalani, still runs the police force, it boggles the mind that he says that there isn't a plan for crime, and towards the end of the year, in September, when I took the chair, the policing plan that was being executed was the policing plan tabled by my predecessor. So the member cannot be schizophrenic about it. Either there's a plan. I'm not calling you schizophrenic. I'm saying being schizophrenic about this.
The chair may...
That word, that have the word schizophrenic expunged. The member may not necessarily know what it means, but the word should be expunged. And he was referring to me.
No.
Now he don't, listen. I did English just like you, and I can interpret English just like you. Don't go down that road. You may be a lawyer, but you do not want to go down that road today. Madam Speaker, could I have the word expunged, please?
Well, Madam Speaker, it wasn't used as a noun, but as it offends the member, I'll withdraw it and I will describe at length what I meant by he's being schizophrenic about this.
Thank you, honorable member.
That's a crass way of putting it, folks. On the one hand, Kalani says there is absolutely no plan for crime. On the other hand, he says that they know the law and they know that the Commissioner of Police sets the policing plan. He was here and he would have seen tabled in this house the Commissioner of Police policing plan for 2021. September to December 2021 falls within that policing plan. The Commissioner has produced one for 2022, which has been tabled, and he will, and his successor will, run the plan as the police direct. That satisfies you?
No.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the PLP has a chronic history of interference, and I would wait until the budget debate, at which time I will show where individuals within the PLP, inclusive of the Minister of National Security, Freetown, of interfering with the Constitution. I would leave it at that at this particular time, but I would talk about that during the budget debate.
Well, Madam Speaker,
Thank you, honorable member.
I take exception to
I will have that withdrawn from the record, please. Thank you. We can move on.
Madam Speaker, I take offense to that. This is the first time I've been in government. All of the other times I've been in government suing the F&M administration for breaches of the Constitution, I've had to rely on the good graces of judges to agree with me that they were misbehaving. Like when they made redundant the many workers from the gaming board in contravention of the law. I've only had the privilege of getting judges to agree with me before this, Kalani.
Thank you, honorable member. I would have had to remove from the record.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that be stricken from the record.
Yes, that has been stricken from the record.
It amazes me that Kalani could say that my predecessor did not interfere when that is exactly what the Chief Magistrate found in the Frank Smith case and was upheld by the Court of Appeal, and whose appeal to the Privy Council was denied. So the highest court in this land has supported the finding of the Court of Appeal and the Magistrates Court that the previous FNM administration interfered with the police. That is something that they can be very certain I will never do. I, unlike the member for Kalani, do not entertain ever having to breach the constitutional rights of anybody. Ever. And so this amazing epiphany of sometimes realizing that the Commissioner of Police drives the policing plan, and then sometimes saying that we should do it, is just amazing. I can help him as to what, no, you can't use that word, Agnes. I can help him as to what the job of the Minister of National Security is, and I can perhaps enlighten the Bahamas as to what I met. I met at a time that the police required patrol vehicles to patrol, them not having them at all. I met, when I got in the seat, a police garage that has any number of vehicles to be repaired, including a mobile police station that the previous administration did not provide. I met at a time that we require saturation patrol on the address sent to me by the commissioner for the tabling of his report, the other side having permitted the police force to be 900 men short. 900 men short. And so it does not matter that their plan is for saturation patrols, as the current leader of the opposition puts forward to us. What matters is you didn't provide the cars and you didn't provide the men. But you had some nice words. And you had a little plan too.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the records would reflect that in spite of what the member said, crime was trending down, recidivism was trending down. So I am certain, I want you to review, I want the members to review the data. And they would see that even before the lockdowns, crime was trending down. The records are there, Madam Speaker, and I would ask them to review the records rather than just talking. In addition to that, the mere fact that crime was trending down,
point of order.
State that there were shortages that he identified, I am certain that as he corrects those, crime would even trend down even further than where we were going.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I don't really understand how that's a point of order, and I don't think I'll be indulgent any further to the member. But the reason that murders got below 100, and it was brought up at the conclave, was from the hard work of then Assistant Superintendent Clayton Fernanda, then Assistant Commissioner Ken Strawn, then Assistant Commissioner Layman Delavaux, all of whom were unceremoniously sent to, I believe, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Simpson Penn School for Boys.
Collectively known as ALBA.
And so that was, I think, the deepest cut, and I'm happy to say that when the New Day government was elected, I didn't have to say a thing to the Commissioner of Police. He brought those men back on station so that by the time I was being sworn in, they were in their proper positions.
So it wasn't him who made the decision.
And so that is what it is, you know. We have this concept that persons come to this house and they seek to disavow their past. Well, Bob Marley says, if you don't know your past, you won't know your future. We know our past with the FNM. Our past with the FNM is abuse of the police, is abuse of senior police officers. And indeed, Deputy Commissioner Fernandez says he hopes no policeman ever has to go through what he had to go through. And so the man who reduced, the man whose team reduced, the man whose team reduced murder to under 100 was sent of all places to the Ministry of Health because people were supposedly thieving cars out the parking lot. People were supposedly thieving stuff out of the commissary. They sent an entire assistant commissioner of police who was responsible for reducing murders to under 100 to do that work. Now, I'll tell you what, he's back on the job. He has his team back together, and we can guarantee what will happen because the short-sightedness of the side opposite, and it's really grotesque. You take advantage of the good social work done to divert young men from crime. And so here's how it works. You have the social programs. A young man who is 12 years old now, in 5 years' time is going to be 17. If you do not divert him from crime, when he turns 17, he will be in the gangs. The 16-year-olds, the 17-year-olds, the 18-year-olds, who were 13, 14, and 15 when the FNM took power, raped urban renewal, raped all of the diversionary programs, and now the shooters. And so, yes, we have an upsurge in crime where the actual persons doing it, formative years where they could have been diverted.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, before I continue, and I suspect this is going to take a minute, I'd like for the member to qualify, first of all, using the term rape, given what the national discussion is around this issue, is irresponsible. As much of this conversation has been today, by several members talking about violence back and forth across the floor while we're in the midst of a debate relative to crime. Help me understand what justification you have in terms of using the word that we raped urban renewal. Help me understand that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Rape is violence without consent. Because rape is a crime of violence.
Intellectual nonsense about defining. We ask the straightforward.
Would you like an answer? Would you like an answer? Well, sit down and I'll answer.
Honourable members.
You are using a term when we're discussing as a country domestic violence. Now you're using a term to label an entire organization. I'm asking you to be responsible in your discussion, withdraw the term, or help us understand how that is justified when talking about urban renewal and our governance.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
If the member for Marco City asks a question, he cannot decide how I will answer it. He used the word, I used the word rape particularly. Marco City can be very clear that language is my skill in my profession. I choose words carefully. The persons who were involved in urban renewal did not ask to be deprived of their opportunities. It was done without their consent. You may not like the import of the word, but as is said in the debate, if it's what you did, it's what you did. And it's plain and simple. And so, Madam Speaker, the public must understand.
Thank you.
You have a point of order, Speaker?
I'd like to ask the chair whether or not, in the context of this debate, you find the terminology used inappropriate. Because I'm trying to understand how we are setting up a precedence which would entitle us to use similar words when referring to members opposite or their actions. So I'm trying to understand whether or not, in your mind, Madam Speaker, that is acceptable in this context.
Honourable Member, as he explained what he said when he used the pretenses of that word, I understand what he's saying and where he's coming from. He did not use it in a form that is offensive to women, okay, or men, or to the narrative around it that is being built. He used it in the pretenses to talk about what he's discussing here. About urban renewal.
So just to be clear. We are in the midst of a number of persons presently who are working at urban renewal, for example, being deprived of their jobs for a variety of reasons. So in future, you're saying in the context of the House, it is appropriate to say that this administration is raping urban renewal, given their present treatment of
I never said that. That's what you're saying. You don't put words in my mouth. We're not talking about what is happening now. The member is on the floor. The member is on the floor. He's giving his contribution.
You can't have it both ways.
No, but you don't talk about what's happening. I don't know what's happening at urban renewal. So you can't draw me into that.
Historically, then obviously it is possible to apply it in this context.
Yes.
No, I mean it's the same. It's the same.
Thank you, Marco City.
No, it's the same.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
May answer. No, I'm not resuming.
One member on the floor.
The simple matter is the persons who were dismissed from urban renewal were done with regard to their contracts which they voluntarily signed up for under them. But they may not like it. But the reality is that crime being multifaceted means if you don't divert somebody who is 12 now, in 4.5 years' time, they will be 16. If you don't divert a 15-year-old boy now, he will be 19. If you don't divert a 17-year-old boy, he will be 21. And so suddenly, in 6 months' time, you have what the police regard as a gang turf war. All of these people are more than 6 months old. All of them are more than 7 months old. And the reality...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, what concerns me about the misleading statements by the member for Freetown is this. The member for Freetown has lived in the Bahamas for an exceptionally long period of time and is fully aware that gang violence in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is not new. In other words, no, I don't. You do so. That's your job. That's not mine. So it is rather unfortunate, and to borrow his term, it is disingenuous, since he's aware that gang violence has straddled both administrations. So this back and forth nonsense that is going on, where we are seeking to blame one administration or the other. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make the point in a way that it could. So why don't you pause and let me speak? You could get up on a point of order, or you could speak after me. But permit me to make the point as if we're civil, And so I've not finished the point, and I'm not yielding to you under any circumstances. I'm making the point.
Honourable member.
Relax.
Honourable member.
Yes.
Now I decide who yields and who does not.
Except
say that.
Except if they're not going to be police, I'm willing to help.
Don't say that.
So
I don't say that.
again,
And-
the point I made.
Can wrap up in 1 minute, please, because the member for Freetown is in the middle of
Madam Speaker.
No, I made that
No,
determination.
Madam Speaker, not a possible chance if I'm not finished the point. I'm on a point
It
of
is a
order.
possible chance.
I'm
Because in
on a
minute
point of
you'll be
order.
done.
You have
define
lived in the
the
Bahamas long enough. You've lived in the Bahamas long enough. You have lived in the Bahamas. You are not the arbiter of the rules. You are not the arbiter of the rules. So you are no position to ask
Marco
me.
City.
You said 1 minute.
Marco City.
Listen,
You're wasting your time arguing. I asked
No,
you
what
to
do you mean?
wrap up.
No, I'm not.
Now you have 40 seconds
No, I
left.
don't. No, I
Because you've
don't.
wasted that.
No, I don't.
Keep talking.
Yes, you
So
do.
what I'm saying, he's on his feet. Are you going to do the job? He's on his feet. You have lived in the country long enough to know that gang violence has transcended both administrations. For you to be irresponsible, to try and put it at the doorstep of one administration demonstrates your unwillingness to be honest and candid about this issue. We all share some responsibility for where our children are and what they have become. So this nonsense that you're running on with, talking about persons who are in grade 10, 11, or 12, because we didn't address certain issues, they are where they are. If you want to talk history, let's talk history about persons who were part of gangs who walked up on a PLP platform in a convention.
Yes.
Let's talk about I have countless examples. So it is unfair for you to do that. Let's decide that the spirit of getting together both administrations to try and save our children, that's what our commitment is, not this nonsense.
Tell them, Marco City. Tell them.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Whilst I accept the argument from Marco City, Kalani opened this door. Kalani was making the suggestion, and I'm with you. I'm with you. Kalani. Oh, you're talking about sides.
One member on the floor. One member on the
Madam
floor.
Speaker, let the record reflect that Marco City was talking about sides, inclusive of Kalani.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
That you're not recognized, sir?
This is not about
Honourable Member, I have opened the floor for Freetown to finish this debate. We haven't had enough on that.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you feel comfortable that you are applying the rules fairly.
I feel very comfortable that I'm applying the rules. Have a seat.
I hope to have a long rant like that when one of them is speaking. But the reality is, for Marco City to suggest that he is the leader of the opposition, he does not speak about all of them. At the end of the day, we know where things lie. At the end of the day, the urban renewal project is back on stream. At this present time, a ban that had been at 1,000 and then was to none is now at 300. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, on previous occasions, I've raised the issue that this untruth that continues to be spewed is most unfortunate. The urban renewal bans have traveled on behalf of the Bahamas leading up to the pandemic and were engaged in the initial stage of the pandemic. The urban renewal bans discontinued the frequency of travel and activity as a result of the pandemic. I asked the member for Western and Bimini or the Minister of State, I believe the member for Marathon, to simply bring to the House the report, the urban renewal report furnished to the Minister and Minister of State, which clearly chronicles the activity of the urban renewal ban and when the activity slowed in light of the pandemic. So the member is misleading the country by suggesting that the state that they may have met the urban renewal ban in was a function of our lack of commitment to it, which it was not. It was simply the basis of the pandemic and its impact, not just on the ban, but other institutions. We are and have been committed to the marching band and other programs urban renewal had started. So it's untrue.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Unfortunately, the officers who direct it are the persons who I accept instructions from. And that would be Inspector Superintendent Campbell And until he can show me different, I will accept what I'm told. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, for persons to suggest, and the reason that I'm quite content on letting them run on is cynicism. At the end of the day, we hear of their commitment to working with us by their display. As the senior people say, they show us better than they can tell us. And so, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the police officers who were disrespected are back. We are going to aggressively recruit to fill the 900-man deficit that they left. The police officers have their vehicles. In short order, we hope that the other mobile station will be up. Short Spotter, which in one of the suggestions is to be tied to the CCTV camera system. When we assume the chair, there's a legacy CCTV system that required BTC to activate the fiber connections. It's a very large part of the CCTV system. With what Kalani says was in their manifesto, one would have thought that getting BTC, who acts just by you calling them, one phone call today gets them to direct resources to bring up CCTV cameras that have been down for a very long time. And so words in a manifesto about CCTV cameras, when you have your legacy system that just requires fiber connection, is really being delinquent in what your task is, when you acknowledge that this is a vital tool for the police. To speak about integrating drones with CCTV, when by the time I assumed the chair, we had paid over $15 million for drones. And as Deputy Commissioner Fernanda briefed us, the drone footages that we saw at the briefing were taken from the use of police officers' personal drones. When the previous administration has paid $15 million for drones that was supposed to be integrated with the CCTV system. We have met, Madam Speaker, and the public needs to know when we hear from the side opposite, that as simple as the CCTV cameras being synchronized with Spot Shorter, that has not been done. And all it takes, because the police are very diligent, once you give them the resources to do what they have to do, and that's the job of the Minister of National Security, making sure that the officers who are trained to address crime have what they ask you for when they ask you for it. As simple as asking for additional arms and ammunition for police officers to be able to stay current. We meet all of these requests on our desk, where I replace supposedly a senior respected police officer who should know how you supply the men with arms, ammunition, vehicles, and manpower. So I'm pleased to say that I've never been a policeman. I've only ever been a lawyer. I've only ever been able to view, from my vantage point, failures that could result in people being killed, people getting off of the system. And so I am able, when the police say that they need drones, to come and find out what happened to the $15 million. When they tell me that the legacy CCTV cameras are down, BTC is called and BTC will address it. When they tell me that there are 900 men down, I have a simple word with the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, who understands the need for recruitment. And when the Chief Justice calls to say he needs a larger remote court because the remote court is totally inadequate, we will get him his larger remote court. That is the job of the Minister of National Security, not to interfere with the police, not to tell them how to do their jobs, not to be a wannabe commissioner of police. The job of the Minister of National Security, and it's what lawyers do all the time, is to seek out the proper professionals, take their professional advice, and act on it. And in this place, I undertake that that is what I will always do. And so there is no danger of anything. I am no danger of a court saying that in order to get a politician from the side opposite, I entertain a complainant instead of sending them to the police. That will never happen. As the Honorable Prime Minister has indicated, we will proceed as matters are to proceed properly. And persons who are to be called to account will have to account. I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, that insofar as this New Day administration is concerned, we have heard the cry of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, undermanned, under-resourced. We've heard the cry of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, undermanned, under-resourced. And we will answer. We are in the chair. So no misstep, no neglect by the other side will be used other than to say, this is where we find ourselves, and we will correct it. So the side opposite is quite keen to say, we're in the chair. We're in the chair, my brother. If the boat is empty, we will put full fuel in it. If it's on the rocks, we will take it off the rocks. We are in the chair. And the Bahamas should be much gladder for that fact. Yes. Because as simple as passing the registration of beneficial owner, and they take rate 5, cut and paste. You know, they passed that in 2018. They amended it twice in 2019. And it never occurred to any of them that they hadn't shown any respect to the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Customs, or immigration.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I believe that when these bills were passed, the present Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Ramkey in San Salvador, the member for Exuma, Ragged Island, the member for Angliston, were all members of this House and voted for those bills. Now, my recollection may be hazy. If it is, they can correct me. So when the member for Freetown talks about a blatant disrespect for law enforcement, again, he might wish to include all members present, which would include his leadership team, who were also in the House. If he wishes to make the case, which would be more responsible, that there could have been oversights in the bill, which is why we come as reasonable parliamentarians to improve on past decisions made, that would make more sense. But this blatant disrespect, just so that you know, your members were present and voted for these bills.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to use the psychiatric word that Kalani takes objection to. But for a side who keeps saying, you're in the chair, and don't look to us because you're in the chair, suddenly being in the chair doesn't mean you take responsibility for the action. And so I hear Marco City, but the facts are the facts. The very first thing when these legislation had to be addressed, that the Honorable Attorney General and his junior minister, the member for Centerville, would have acted on, is this oversight. This is what we are here to debate. And it's unfortunate that I've spent a large part of this time having to let the country know the state that the other side left the Royal Bahamas Police Force in. But they now have the tools, and under this act, as we have amended it, they can now make requests if they want to find out the beneficial owners of, for instance, a company that got some contracts, a company that did some works. The Royal Bahamas Police Force can now make an urgent request and get the answer in an hour. I would suggest that the other side think about that. Madam Speaker,
All you can hear is silence.
I can assure the people of the Bahamas that the Royal Bahamas Police Force is working very hard for us and doing their best to keep us safe. And we undertake to them that we will support them in all of the requests, reasonable requests they make of us to keep us all safe. Because as I have said, we are all in the same boat.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
I'm obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise on behalf of the members of St. Anne's, I think for the next 5 years, unless somebody's mistaken me to be Clay Sweeting. They'll know that when I rise on behalf of the people of St. Anne's. My name is Adrian White, Madam Speaker, and I represent the people of the great constituent of St. Anne's. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start by acknowledging that I don't have any overall objection to the compendium of financial legislative bills by amendment that are before us today, those being the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill 2022, Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2022, and the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill 2022. I do, however, note, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to look at the provisions, some sections in the Registration of Beneficial Ownership Bill of 2022. Without going into the others, I didn't see any issues with the others. But I'm going to start because the member for Freetown was stating that there was some deficiency in the previous draft, and he pointed to section 12.5, which reads, a designated person, this is of the existing act without amendment, 12.5, a designated person shall provide the results of any search requested under this act within 15 days of the submission of a request for information, unless it is notified that the request is urgent, in which case it will provide the information sought of it within 1 hour or such other time period to be agreed between the requesting law enforcement authority or an authority named in subsection 6 and the designated person in accordance with the circumstances of the request. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm standing in the House of Parliament, the House of Assembly, in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Someone tells me that the law enforcement authority is looking for me. Royal Bahamas Police Force is who I think of. I don't think that anybody else in this country would dismiss the Royal Bahamas Police Force as the law enforcement authority in this country. So to say that they weren't allowed to make requests under this act because they weren't specifically identified, Madam Speaker, is unnecessary. Now, I love definitions in legislation. It always helps to understand what is meant by a particular provision, especially when you're trying to figure out if it applies to you, look to the definition to see if there's a way out. And I note, Madam Speaker, in this Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill 2022, that there is a proposed amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act, which reads, Section 2 of the Principal Act is amended by the insertion in the appropriate alphabetical order of the definitions. And in brackets, it has the words law enforcement authority, close brackets, includes the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Customs Department, and the Bahamas Immigration Department. So these are the authorities that are seen as being included, but it doesn't, Madam Speaker, the definition doesn't limit it to those. It just identifies them as ones that were included. So you're still going to find persons that are going to ask whether or not this is the extent of the law enforcement authorities that are defined in the further provisions of this act. Madam Speaker, having said that, that was in reply to the member from Freetown and the general contribution to this debate on the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill. But as a lawyer with a practice in the Bahamas with US dollar trust accounts, I'm regulated, my law firm's regulated by the Securities Commission, as well now by the Compliance Commission. And the member for Long Island had raised the issue or the importance of considering having a super regulator. Madam Speaker, I would agree with us examining having a super regulator. I understand that it's been tried in the past with the central bank as well as the Securities Commission. But the reason why I would particularly support us looking into a super regulator is because of this need and the ease of doing business, whether it's financial services under the DARE Act, whether it's under our existing financial legislation, whether it's trust companies, whether it's financial institutions. When you're, Madam Speaker, when you're regulated by the Securities Commission, when you're regulated by the Securities Commission and by the Compliance Commission, you end up finding that a number of the things that one asks of you is also being asked of you by the other. And by way of example, in the month of December, Madam Speaker, particularly when it comes to sanction lists, when in the month of January, Madam Speaker, there was a total of 9, January 22, there was a total of 9 communications that came across my desk from the Securities Commission. In the month of January, also, Madam Speaker, there was a total of 7 requests, communications that came from the Compliance Commission on matters that in many instances overlapped. And to tell you exactly, Madam Speaker, how many instances there were communications from the Securities Commission as well as the Compliance Commission on a sanction notification to deal with Daesh and Al-Qaeda, 29th of December, 2021. That came through on January 7th from the Securities Commission, and that came through from the Compliance Commission on January 5th. So while you're trying to get on with your business, Madam Speaker, and you appreciate that these regulations and these regulators are put in place to protect the industry, it's a little taxing on the institutions when they get one request from one regulator and then essentially the same request from a different regulator 2 days later. This is one country, small archipelago. There needs to be some consideration for this type of exercise to be handled, and so that one report can be accepted by both regulators or, as suggested, a super regulator. Madam Speaker, there was then also a request from both institutions on the same matter again, Madam Speaker. On the 5th of January, the Securities Commission, as well as the 5th of January, the Compliance Commission was writing to inform the United Nations Security Council Committee pursuant to resolutions 1267 and 99 concerning Daesh and Al-Qaeda and associated individual groups and undertakings, removed 5 entries from its sanction list. So in the matter of the same day for the Compliance Commission, they notified us of persons that were on the sanction list. And then they came back saying, there are 5 people that have been removed. And for the Securities Commission, it came 2 days, it came the same day from them as well, Madam Speaker. Now, what this does for a financial institution is it takes your attention immediately, because this is one of your regulators, this is an entity, this is an organization, a body that can shut your business down if you're in breach of any of the notices that you're to react to. In one day,
you got a notice that these people were on the sanction list. Please let us know if any of these are your clients. And then the same day, from 2 regulators, you got a notification saying 5 of those entities that we told you about, you don't have to worry about anymore. Now, Madam Speaker, there was, in the month of January alone, there was a 3rd occasion where information from the regulators was identical. And not only the 3rd, finally there was a 4th occasion, Madam Speaker, where the communications were identical. Now, I don't know if it's just because I'm such an honest guy, or that I realize as a spouse with dependents and children in school, as well as persons on the law firm's team that rely on continued employment, that I take these things very seriously. But, Madam Speaker, I know that I take them extremely seriously. I only ask that there be some interagency or interregulatory cooperation. If not, we move to where we have a super regulator for this industry, because right now, as was pointed out, you have to go to different departments, even to get a business license, to get these commission licenses. You have to securities commission licenses. You have to go to them separately from going through the Inland Revenue Department, from going through the Ministry of Works, from going through the Department of Physical Planning. If we had a super regulator, it would probably take some adjustments to our legislation, but it could make us a more attractive jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, and I would encourage the government to continue to consider that. Madam Speaker, what I saw in the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill, which concerned me, I've already said to the House that when these communications come from the regulators, it has my full attention, because there can be penalties that are attached to our responsiveness, and sometimes that responsiveness is dictated to by deliveries from the entities that, as registered officers, registered agents, we represent. By the Amendment Bill, Section 3, it reads, Amendment of Section 11 of the Principal Act. Section 11 of the Principal Act is amended in the head note by the insertion immediately after the word date of the words "and accurate." That's in Amendment A. And then Amendment B goes on to say, by the insertion of a new subsection 2A as follows. 2A, in brackets, a legal entity shall ensure that any information provided under subsection 1 is accurate. So that's the legal entity, Madam Speaker. That's, by definition, that's the company, not the license holder, in this instance, the registered agent. But then that amendment says, by the insertion of a new subsection 2A as follows. I just read 2A, and it's got a 2B. A registered agent, or the registered general as the case may be, shall ensure that any information recorded under subsection 2 is accurate. So this now puts an obligation on the registered agent. Now, that's concerning for me because, as I said, the efforts to get information in to our regulators and update the data entry on record with BOSS is sometimes dependent upon the legal entity itself to provide that information. So I had to look and see what subsection 2 said under the Act. And subsection 2 under the existing Act said, a registered agent shall immediately, on being notified of a legal entity of a change pursuant to subsection 1 or B, otherwise becoming aware of a change of any of the required particulars relating to the beneficial owners or registrable legal entities, cause the updated information provided in subsection 1 to be included in the database. That's the beneficial ownership database known as BOSS. So, Madam Speaker, it looks to me that the registered agent is responsible by this proposed amendment under the Register of Beneficial Ownerships Amendment Bill. The registered agent is responsible to make sure that the information provided and recorded is accurate. So the way I read that, when I work this proposed amendment section into the existing legislation, is that it's not for the registered agent to go back and verify the information that's been provided to it, but it's their responsibility to make sure that as the information was received, it's reflected on the register. And I don't have any problem with that, because that calms me. I can do the work if no one's standing in the way, and I'm sure the other registered agents and entities, financial institutions that have this responsibility can handle that as well. If the client provides you with information, if the legal entity provides you with information, that information, as provided, is what you put on record in an accurate manner as it was received. You don't go looking behind the information that you received, because you're responsible for what is provided and that it's accurately reflected on the register. I have a problem, Madam Speaker, with this wording about the amendment, which adds this language about accuracy. The legal entity has to be accurate. The registered agent has to be accurate. And the problem is that the Act currently has, under Section 11, an existing 2A and B, 2A, 2B. And this amendment by Section 3 of the bill says that Section 11 of the Principal Act is amended by the insertion of a new subsection 2A as follows, and it's as I read it before. So my question, Madam Speaker, as it relates to this draft is this amendment proposing to replace the existing 2A and B in the Act? You have, by this amendment, a new subsection 2A, which has a 2A and 2B. So I don't know if this bill needs to be amended so that it can be more clear, or if what this government is doing is to try to have a Section 11 that has a Section 11 subsection 2A and B already, plus a subsection of 11 that is 2A and 2B. I mean, we can, I think, tidy it up. This bill may need to be amended so that it says in this part of 3A, Section 11, 2A and B are repealed and replaced as follows. And if that's the case, those two proposed new subsection 2A and 2B from the amendment would replace the existing 2A and 2B of Section 11 of the Act. Or it could say that by this amendment, by deletion of the existing Section 2A and 2B and the insertion of a new 2A as follows. I don't know what the intent of this amendment is, Madam Speaker, because if we are responsible for ensuring that the recorded information is accurate and also deleting the provision which required for it to be provided into the database, then where are we ensuring it's accurate? Are we ensuring that it's accurate in our files alone? Or are we ensuring that what is filed with the database is accurate? You can't have both as presently drafted. I don't know if there's any member from the government that wishes to clarify it for me in the House, or if this is something that amendment should be proposed to, or this is something that the government would be minded to take into further consideration to review. Because as it is, you're inserting a new subsection 2A and B when you have an existing subsection 2A and B in the Act, but the existing subsection 2A and B in the Act creates the requirement to register in the database, and the new section 2A and 2B requires that the information registered is accurate. It's
transfer it now, can't you?
Section 3 of the Register of Beneficial Owners. Okay. All right, Madam Speaker, if there's more information to come as we go on, then it may resolve itself, and I'll leave it there for now. The final issue that I had with the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill is something that had caused me concern and had caused other persons in the industry to be concerned, because you have large financial institutions that maybe, if they're found in breach, can be penalized and handle a $250,000 fine. But a small institution, small boutique law firm like myself, where we're already discounting fees, that can close the business down. I was grateful to see that in Amendment Section 6, they created a new Section 17A, which addressed administrative penalties. And I'm not going to go over all the administrative penalties there now, but it identifies that essentially the regulator can impose a penalty if it writes to the offending institution. It gives the offending institution a period, I think, of over 20 days. I think it's 24 days. And during that 24-day period, the institution can provide information to the regulator to explain the situation. And it comes down to a supervisory authority may not impose an administrative penalty on a person specified in subsection 1 for contravention of any provision of this act if the supervisory authority is satisfied that the person took all reasonable steps to comply with the obligation stated in the act. And then it also, in this new Section 17A, which is a good thing, because if the regulatory authorities weren't already encouraged in how to address penalties for persons that are in breach, then they can give consideration, Madam Speaker, to the gravity and duration of the contravention or failure, the degree of responsibility of the person on whom the supervisory authority proposes to impose the administrative penalty. And it will also look at the size, Madam Speaker, of the entity or the employee itself. So it's not that persons in the financial services industry that are recognized as financial institutions have to close up shop now because there could be an automatic $250,000 penalty coming their way. There is reasonableness still under this proposed legislation. So, Madam Speaker, with those comments and with information that may be forthcoming as proceedings go on, and if they are forthcoming, I'll get up again. I'm going to begin to wrap up now. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the recent passing in my constituency of Mrs. Romalia Demerit. Mrs. Romalia Demerit passed away roughly 2 weeks ago. She was a resident of Step Street, a matriarch of an estate property there, and I appreciate that her daughter, Mrs. Curry, brought it to my attention. It's a great community there on Step Street, and many of the young men that are descendants of hers are in the auto body business, are industrious young guys, and I know that they'll feel the loss of their mother. She lived in the home that was closest to the street, and I remember seeing her in recent years as I would be in that part of the constituency. Madam Speaker, as we've talked about the financial services legislation affecting the financial services industry, I want to give special attention to Ms. Cheryl Knowles Adderley, who is a straw craft maker, bag maker from Millerton, Long Island. That's down north in Long Island. No, it's down.
We brought it down.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Up to you. We brought it down.
I agree with Fox Hill on this one occasion today.
We brought it down.
Yeah. It's down north. Down north.
Down north and
Say Fox Hill doesn't run to Long Island?
Down north and up south.
down north and up south. That's what we said.
But Madam Speaker, as important as our financial services industry, we also have our Bahamian strawcraft and designer artisan industry. And Mrs. Cheryl Knowles Adderley from Cheryl's Creations sent me a package because I paid a visit to her establishment when I was down for a funeral for Mr. Roxbury, along with the Member of Parliament from Long Island in February, Madam Speaker. And this is the beautiful craftsmanship that she provided for me, Madam Speaker. In a one night, 2-day trip to Long Island, I jumped into the depths of Dean's Blue Hole. I sat upon the Tropic of Cancer, and I engaged the services of one of Bahamas' finest craftswomen, and this is the end result of that, Madam Speaker. And I'm very, very impressed with it because we know how industrious the people of Long Island are. And we know, Madam Speaker, that the best mutton comes from Long Island. So, Madam Speaker, every day that I'm in this honorable House of Assembly from this day forth, I'm gonna bring my beautiful Long Island Bahamian handcrafted bag.
It's beautiful, beautiful.
It has my name on the front, Honorable Adrian R. White, MP, and it's got Cheryl Adderley's tag on the bag as well.
You should have gotten one to the member for Long Island.
And Madam Speaker, what you'll find out is that as I leave this house every day, there is enough space in this bag for me to fit all of my belongings. I'm going to demonstrate that right now, Madam Speaker. But I'm not leaving yet, Madam Speaker. I can even put my laptop computer in this bag, Madam Speaker. And to show you how effective it is, Madam Speaker, it's got plenty of space inside the bag to fit everything I need. It can get my computer, and it can hold all of my papers, Madam Speaker. So this is, Madam Speaker, a testament to my pride in our great country, and my testament to the handicraft, the industry that we have here and our people. I'm extremely proud of our country, Madam Speaker. We did an incredible job with the recent royal visit, led by the government. I saw our protocol officer, or one of the protocol officers, Terry Archer, and his team, just were exceptional. I think all of the arrangements were there. Our leader was able to make the event at the Memorial Garden. The dock that they left for the Royal Regatta, that's St. Anne's property. I'll share that bit of information with my constituent from West Grand Bahama and Bimini. And I was fortunate everybody votes for me, man. I was fortunate because the Minister of Agriculture was there, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Tourism, Senator Rule, and also the member for Carmichael. And if they didn't agree to allow me to stand with them just because I was the MP for the area, I told them that I was truthfully representing the leader of the opposition, and I was able to shake the hand of William, Prince William, Duke, and as well as Duchess Catherine. And I attended the gala event later on at Bahamas, and I did want to push my way in to get a photograph with the future king. But my son was with me, and my son ended up getting a great photograph. So I think all in all, everybody that came out to the events enjoyed them. And we did an exceptional job, Madam Speaker. There's been so many highlights so far in these first 6 months, and that'll probably remain a highlight for the next 5 years, 4.5. Madam Speaker, without anything further to add, except the great news, who knows Concolay, the guy that goes around trying to promote cleanliness in the Bahamas, bringing attention to waste where it's building up in our residential communities. Concolay and Mr. Penniman were located earlier today. I know that a lot of Bahamians were concerned about that. And that's more good news for our nation. I look forward to hearing any reply to those proposed amendment issues that I saw. And I'm grateful to you, Madam Speaker, to my party leader, and the great constituents of St. Anne's. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin first, Madam Speaker, by thanking Almighty God for this opportunity and the wonderful people of Marco City who gave me this opportunity to come to this place and reflect their views, their aspirations, and dreams. Madam Speaker, I join members opposite and those of our team who extend condolences to the family of Anita Doherty, who is really a Bahamian legend. I've had an opportunity to discuss with some members opposite just the incredible role she played in the development of Bahamian athletics over time, and of course, the amazing work that she's done in education. I had the honor of meeting her within the context of Bishop Michael Eldon School, as her team had invited me on no less than 2 occasions to speak at the high school graduation, and I regularly visited the school speaking at literature classes and of course, anything that they requested. She's always been gracious, firm, but very candid in terms of sharing her views, and her love for Bahamians in general, and certainly our young people in particular, will be greatly missed. And so I extend condolences on behalf of my own family and the Free National Movement family to the many colleagues who've worked with her over the years, and to her family in particular. Madam Speaker, I would be brief this evening. I just really wanted to do a couple of things. One, let's just clarify a few points that were raised earlier. Madam Speaker, the bills that we are discussing today are amendments to legislation that has been passed by Free National Movement in the 2000 period, but certainly both sides have contributed to these bills. Members opposite in 2018, when we again amended several of these pieces of legislation, they participated in the process. Madam Speaker, what is a bit disconcerting, that has me pausing, because I certainly want to deliver the few comments in the right spirit, but I am a bit skeptical that it's going to have the desired effect on the kind of debates we have in this place going forward. It just comes across as brutally childish, some of the things that we do in this place when people are looking for serious leadership and sober conversation about how to improve the quality of their lives. Governments are continuous. And it is important for past administrations to put in context their contributions in case there are others, and there are others, who will seek to revise history in a way that blots a previous administration out. Madam Speaker, I'm old enough, though I'm relatively new in this place, just the second term, to know that much of this banter is irrelevant to persons, let me speak for Marco City, who may live in Frobisher, Redwood Lane, who cannot pay light bill or who will be moving for the third time this year from an apartment to a new apartment. And that is why, Madam Speaker, despite significant criticism, I have sought to create a culture of cooperation with the government. A culture that I believe can move us forward. There will be sufficient time and on different issues even now for us to have vigorous exchanges and differences of opinion. But it is disconcerting to hear members who historically I've respected to come to this place and make the point that the reason we have these bills is to simply stop a traditional pattern of behavior by the government, which is, in 2000, we had put forth a number of bills in response to unfair rules applied to the Bahamas by the international community, in particular, the OECD, the European community, and by extension, really the Americans. Today's exercise is by and large a cleaning up exercise as you go through these bills. In some cases, it was in fact to put more teeth in the bill. And that's precisely why you had an amendment to have administrative penalties. So this banter, this conversation about back then you rushed through this compendium of bills and we had to slow you down, and here we come once again to put the brakes on. It's most unfortunate. Madam Speaker, the reality is that I agree with members opposite that small island states and offshore jurisdictions like the Bahamas have been subjected to unfair competition by powerful countries who have the ability to scrutinize every single transaction that moves through the Bahamas in the event that we don't play ball according to their terms. And so what they have done historically is they put in place some moving goalposts. And I thought the case was laid out in a compelling way by Fort Charlotte. It is a regular argument for at least the last 4 administrations where we have talked about this moving goalposts, where the OECD, the European community, those persons who are not compliant with the very laws they put in place are forcing countries like ours to, in some cases, give away our competitive advantage when the reality is all of us are competing heads up. And so, Madam Speaker, this exercise today, contrary to what has been asserted by a few members opposite, it is not about the F&M having made a series of fundamental errors and had wrong motive. Every piece of legislation that comes, there can be a way to improve it. In some cases, it's by omission. In some cases, it's because some administrations are overreaching. But let us have the discussion in a mature way, especially when members on the other side were present and voted for and had opportunities to make amendments that they're now making, that they sit in a different chair. That's all. Let's make that case and keep it moving. Madam Speaker, what is also concerning is that the members who made the case, having worked with international or regional organizations, are fully aware that the legislations back then, the ones we're amending now, did pass the muster test of those agencies that review our legislation to determine whether or not we would be removed of any of the multicolored lists that they have come up with. And so again, for members of the public, amendments are useful on multiple fronts, but do not buy the narrative that something so egregious, some massive oversight, is the basis for this compendium. Are there some things that could have been strengthened? Yes, and that is what we are doing today. I do not believe that it is true or accurate, if one prefers that word, that the absence of the definitions in terms of law enforcement agency prevented the utilization of the bill to execute the law. What I did not hear, and I am prepared to make any adjustments required if it is factual, what I did not hear the members say is that attempts were made to enforce the law, and the absence of a specific definition hindered the agency in doing so. I've not heard that case, and I would yield if somebody would like to put that on the record. So the absence of definition, yes, you create ambiguity, it needs to be tidied up, but why overreach and try to make a different point when it's absolutely unnecessary? And this business about the deficit in the police force, every administration could make the same case that there's a deficit. I heard the member for Freetown talk about a 900-member deficit. That's interesting. I believe he was referencing, and I could be wrong, because most times persons deliver their salvo and then disappear. But the manpower audit of 2018, and what this suggests, if this is what he's referring to, Madam Speaker, 2018, it suggests to me that any manpower audit that was done in 2018, by and large, is reflecting the state of the Royal Bahamas Police Force under the previous administration. And it now straddles the new administration only by a few months. And at that time, just at the corporal level, I believe the strength of the force at that time would have been somewhere around 800, at the constable, that's corporal level, 698. And they could use, according to their assessment, another 188. The constable level, 837 members were on the force, and they could use an additional 791. We're almost at 900, just at those two ranks. That doesn't include all of the other ranks. And so unless I'm reading this incorrectly, we've had consistent overlap in terms of needs or deficits of officers at various ranks in the police force. So this isn't some ground-breaking or earth-shattering declaration that you left the force with 900 officers down. Well, we have lots of deficits, insufficient resources to police them, and when this administration leaves office in 2026, I assure you there will still be deficits in the police force. We have deficits in the amount of nurses required. And given the dynamics in terms of how much we compensate nurses, our failure to provide suitable conditions under which they work and suitable terms of engagement and better offers from overseas, it is likely, highly likely, that in 2026, when the PLP demits office, there will be a deficit of nurses. And so, again, if we're going to have a sober, reasonable, measured conversation, we should then do so. Outside of that, we are shortchanging the Bahamian people. We're also shortchanging the Bahamian people, and I do know we all get quite exuberant. But I have been increasingly becoming concerned of the banter across the floor in this parliament and outside, statements that are made by both sides, by certain members, that unfortunately is just entirely too violent. I believe we have to lower the temperature. The testosterone is entirely too high, and this business of one side challenging the other is not in the collective interest, especially since we are talking about our young men out there who are in fact taking each other's lives because they're taking our initial conversations to its logical conclusion. Madam Speaker, these bills are a tidying up exercise. This side is happy to participate in really for us, which is the third iteration of doing this. In 2000, under the Honorable Hubert Alexander Ingram, we presented to this country a list of legislation, tremendous debate about whether or not it was rushed, etc. But the effect of them have been documented. There are difference of opinions in terms of whether a portion of that business that went elsewhere is a portion of business we needed to keep. That's a live discussion. We then again amended the legislation. Both administrations have taken stabs at improving the legislative regime, and both administrations have made the case to the international community that what has been done to organizations in our region, countries in our region, by the Europeans, particularly through the OECD, and requirements put in place by the Americans were inappropriate. We both share that view. The only difference, and to say this to the public, the only difference is we often create the narrative in different ways. No side have a greater commitment to patriotism, nationalism, protecting our patrimony, and demonstrating our commitment to speak truth to power around the world. Anyone seeking to sell that story, they're selling you a game. It is not true. They are no more committed. And the reality is the side opposite also complies. For all the tough talk that you've heard about the F&M capitulating to international agencies and the countries that finance them, both administrations recognize our vulnerability in the international global community and the potential impact that those organizations and the countries who fund them can have on our financial services sector and can have on every transaction in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So we will continue to speak truth to power, but we will also look at the suite of legislation to determine where we can make adjustments that is in our interest as a country. And that is precisely why I say, by way of you to members opposite, this is why we have to cooperate with each other. Because it is us against them in the way in which they are applying these laws, which are unevenly being applied. It is us against them, because it is they who are putting in place the moving goalposts that we must follow. So to the extent that we are divided in this place with petty politics, we are not in a position to be on the same page to talk to the population about why we are making the decisions that we are making. We have spoken to some of the stakeholders who this administration has spoken to. We are a little disappointed, and I express and I fully expect and do believe that the lead of government business, that we will make some tweaks in how we communicate. Madam Speaker, this side, we are interested in participating in briefings, particularly on significant and what others may term not significant legislation. We want to make evidence-based decisions. We want to make wise decisions based on the best available information. And so we welcome any invitation from the government in order to sit and participate in a discussion on the rationale behind certain adjustments. Yes. And so as we spoke to those agencies that were consulted, we were pleased to hear that the government has in fact made the rounds. There is some concern, however, that since the earlier discussions at the beginning of the year, there is a need for further discussion with the government, particularly in terms of what the plans are going forward in what will be the overall tax policy for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so while we support a global minimum tax, we do believe that there has to be a comprehensive a package of taxation. I do not believe, and I know I've heard others say today from their seat, that it sounds as if the opposition is thinking about particular taxes that we wish to see implemented, and we are. We are going to, in the month of April, begin to engage members of the public in discussions around what we believe a new tax regime should look like. It has been the commitment while our former Prime Minister was in the chair that we would put forward a white paper and have discussions with the public. We have not altered that position. We intend to do so. I do not believe it is fair for me, based on what my income has been, that I should be paying the same amount of taxes as somebody who's earning $250, $300, $500, $600 a week. That those persons who are in fact making more ought to be paying a little more. That is reality. But we will litigate it internally within the Free National Movement, and then we will have a broader discussion with members of the public. But we do need a comprehensive tax policy that will be a mix of different types of taxes, both for corporations and for individuals. This exercise today, based on what has been laid, this is a part of a broader plan. And obviously, the government signaled in the speech from the throne, in a lot of the political banter before the election and after the election, that there will be some fundamental changes to what we had intended to do based on the legislation we'd laid in this place. Thus far, we are not seeing these fundamental changes. And so I would only ask that members opposite would temper the language being used. Because if the projection was that we're going to do some fundamental things, we're not, I think the term wasn't, quite frankly, I thought the speechwriter was good. That's the one instance I think you all may be in a position to give them a raise. Others, I'm questionable. But the government said we will not tinker around the edges. We will make fundamental. We would go, to borrow a term from one of my colleagues, we would go long. The reality is, as the legislation come to this place, these are important amendments, but what they do not do is support the narrative the government has been constructing that so egregious were our decisions that they would need to upend all of them. They would need to fundamentally transform them, notwithstanding the fact that they were in the House when these things were being passed. They were aware that the legislation was being peer-reviewed by regional and international organizations. But nevertheless, every case that is being made is a case to say they did nothing, very little, or it was egregious, and we are here to correct the record. And so I don't hold some of the new persons responsible, but for the veterans, it is really most unfortunate narrative that has been created. So Madam Speaker, we support these amendments. We see where, in a number of instances, they clearly tidy up and improve upon the bills that we had passed and again amended. What we will say and caution the government on is the very thing we both are aware of. And that is, as we comply with international requirements, that we ought to be cautious that we do not go too far, that we ought not go too far, because we will not be able to dial it back in the event that we seek to be compliant with what the Europeans require when they themselves have not gone as far as we may be contemplating. And so I think the ongoing conversations that you've begun with the private sector or with quasi-government agencies, it is important to continue those conversations. But what is the real reason for all of this? The real reason is to improve the financial services sector and the performance of the country, to generate more revenue, to absorb the unemployment that exists and the unemployment that's on the rising when 5,000 students leave school. So this is really a discussion about economic development. And so in the few remaining moments, I wish once again to appeal to my colleagues who are complying with international regulations to, at a minimum, comply with national regulations that you yourself have signed on to. This government is still in violation, is still breaking the law, and have admitted on their feet that they know that they're not compliant with the law. They have no intention on being compliant with the law, because this is the rationale. They intend to change the law. Well, that's unacceptable. It is important that this government comply with the law now. We are seeking to enforce the law in a number of ways in this country, but to date, this administration that has engaged in serial I gotcha moments, giving what do not amount to revelations in some cases about what has not been reported by the former administration, to date have not laid on the table of this House or any of the agencies of government, have not declared what contracts they've signed, who they have given the contracts to, what are the amounts, what is the duration. Think about that for a moment. Think about that. For 6 months, this government has hid the content of the contractual arrangements it has entered into with various organizations. And I've sought to convince the public that there is a central location, an officer that needed to be appointed in order to affect compliance with that law. When the law reads very clearly, every entity, that is corporation, authority, board, government ministry, all of them can unilaterally put on the table, can report what contractual arrangements they are entering into. There is no requirement for a central location through which such reporting must occur. And what is so troubling about this fact is that despite being lawbreakers today with the Procurement Act, it doesn't temper the language. We have said clearly, in every case where you have discovered the Free National Movement was not compliant with any requirement to report, it was most unfortunate and wrong. We do not endorse it. We're now saying to this administration, you are breaking the law, you are aware that you're breaking the law, and so this attempt to project yourself, and I've heard a couple of members who have now become the go-to paragons of virtue, I'm saying you simply do not have the moral authority to say what you're saying when you yourself are not compliant. The other thing is, the persistent contradiction in language is a problem. We've pointed out before that in the Ministry of Finance, there has to be one coherent message so that the credit community, locally and internationally, can develop additional confidence that we have the capacity to do what we say we're going to do in generating the additional revenue, in cutting back on unnecessary expenditure, in enhancing tax collection, so that we are able to click on all cylinders as a country. But when there is confusing language coming from the chief financial officer in government, not a policymaker, the minister with responsibility for economic development, and then the prime minister, when you have different persons speaking and sharing a different narrative, it's a problem. We saw it when it came to whether or not this administration is going to engage or put in place new tax measures. We heard one thing from the prime minister, we heard another thing from Minister Halkidas, and we heard another thing from the FS. So it's difficult for those that are minded to lend monies to the country. In fact, the bond market, the way in which our bonds are trading, is in part a reflection of the fact that this rosy picture we are painting, people are not buying it. Because again, the bonds continue to perform badly even after a midterm report. Even after we've laid in the public, not in here as was required by law, the fiscal strategy report. Even after multiple press conferences where we thought it was cute, to advertise products. So I agree with Brother White to promote products from Andros. And so it is from Long Island. So it is important, Madam Speaker, that the government complies with the law and speak with one voice. 3 different persons are communicating different messages in an important ministry as finance. Even now, just recently, our senators had addressed the issue with respect to whether or not the government intends to cut the taxes as it relates to gasoline, to take in less revenue. I understand that one minister is saying, no, that's not on the table for consideration. And yet another minister is saying, no, we are in fact actively looking at it. Which is it? Because members, particularly those on the front bench and over there on the back, you are powerful people. When you speak, it sends messages to the markets, it sends messages to the public, it sends messages to the investor community. And so it is important to be consistent in what you say and what you share as an administration. Madam Speaker, this discussion today is about the health of our economy, which is why we're still asking the Minister of Work to explain to us, did his team execute the trade in September or December? Does he share responsibility for $50 million that we will now have to cough up because they did not keep in place the hedge which they got accurate advice on, that this is the appropriate way to go? Madam Speaker, if we were to break down $50 million and what impact that could have on the lives of Bahamians, it would be quite incredible. And so we're saying, I'm told that new administration on that side, new leadership on this side, let's behave differently than what has happened in the past. Let's be an improvement on governance going forward. And so with those few words, I wish to say, Madam Speaker, that the Free National Movement supports the amendments that are taking place. We look forward to the discussion next week. Prayerfully, there will be no additional breaks. We'll be back next week, hopefully. They're already signaling no with another trip. Sorry. But so Madam Speaker, we support the amendments and Marco City rests its case.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I think so. This will get closer to the. Thank you. I'm grateful for the remarks from the Leader of the Opposition because I was saying to the colleague off the side here that I wondered what kind of opposition we were dealing with. That, it seemed like everybody boasting about passing these laws, which in fact infringed, in my view, on the sovereignty of the Bahamas. I mean, no one should be boasting about passing these laws, not at all. And I can tell you, I've been at this 30 years, and every time you bring me to these places, you're twisting my arm to do this. And I'll tell you how I expressed it on behalf of the public of the country. Yesterday, I had the occasion of meeting one of the ambassadors from the European Union. And there's a new expression they now have, which is called asymmetry. That's how they describe this, that the relationship between the EU and the Bahamas is asymmetrical on this point, meaning that they have the power, we don't. And so they're able to enforce measures which we can't resist. And so I'm happy that you now say, I didn't hear it before, I'm glad you now say, that we are dragged kicking and screaming to do this, simply because the only way we're going to survive, given the terms of trade, is to agree to do this. And we've been, as you've heard from the member for Fort Charlotte, we've been trying to fight, at least from the Progressive Liberal Party side, for a global standard on this, because it is simply unfair what the European Union is doing with regard to this, mainly them. The Americans sort of join in at the end, but this is totally unfair, what they're doing. And I was thinking today whether there would be a way for us to be able to isolate the Bahamian part of the economy from the international part, which is what this is mainly concerned about. Because we've said all the things before. First of all, most money laundering takes place in New York and London, not here in the Bahamas or any of these offshore centers. Secondly, as the member for Fort Charlotte pointed out, the offshore sector is an important contribution to capital accumulation in the developed countries. That in fact, these offshore centers, as they call them, provide a source of capital for the developed countries. That in the end, they do not lose at all, notwithstanding what they argue and say, they do not lose. They in fact benefit, because that's where the investments ultimately take place. So the other thing is, I often said, people ask me, when I was a university student, why I wouldn't stay in the United States. And I keep saying, I don't want to live in the United States. I don't want to live in a place where there are too many rules. You can't do this, you can't do the next thing. All this regulation about your life. That's not me. The Bahamas offers, or offered in the past tense perhaps, a place where there was little regulation and also, more importantly, a respect for privacy. There's a reason why you have privacy. You know, you just have to remember the days in Italy when the Red Brigade was at its height. You know, you had rich people walking around in Rome having to have on dungarees because they didn't want anybody to know that they had money. Because why? It was a security problem. You get yourself killed if people know that you have wealth. So there are reasons why you don't want people to know that you have wealth, and that still obtains today. And secondly, you can't trust governments. I'm using governments in the generic sense. Just have to remember what happened in Cyprus. You wake up one morning and your whole bank account is gone. The government confiscates your money. So if you've got money, what you try to do is you spread the risk around. You put some in Canada, and you put some here, and you put some in the Turks and Caicos, and you put some in the United States, because you don't know when it's going to all disappear. And there are reasons you may not want the state to do that. I think those are all legitimate, which have nothing to do with unlawful behavior. But somehow, we've all been turned into crooks because that's the thing we want to do with our own money. And now, this push for us to all go digital, and, you know, I read back, you know, where Google sends me something about where I've been, how much time I've spent in this place and the next place. You go back over your records from the banks that you now use. You spent this money in this place, this money in that place. And then, of course, you could wake up one morning, because I was a PEP in places where I had these accounts, suddenly they say, oh, you're the Minister of Immigration for the Bahamas. So they shut the account down without notice. My money's gone, poof. I mean, this is just Orwellian. That's the way to put it. And I think it is proper for a country that believes in individual freedom to resist this with all the power it can muster. Now, having said that, there is the real politic, which is we have to do certain things because in the short term, we simply do not have the market power to defeat this. And if you want to join hands on that, then I think that that's an appropriate struggle in which to engage. I am not concerned about what happens in a debate in the House of Assembly. I don't know why people are concerned about that. You know, what kind of language we used, and did we say this or did we not say this? And I understand the concerns about the violence of language and all the rest of that. So let's put that to one side. But I remember the Speaker of the House in Australia came here when I was a reporter, and this was in the early 70s. And people were then, as they are now, criticizing the behavior of members of parliament and senators, saying that we interrupting each other and behaving like school children and all the rest of it, and we must behave ourselves, which I suppose means, I was pointing out to the clerk that one of my supporters or friends sent me a note saying that they saw me while the leader of the government was speaking on my phone. And they saw this as some mark of great disrespect. Well, you know, we have to work in here during the time we're sitting in the House. The rules say that the camera is not supposed to be on anybody else but the Speaker. I had no idea that the camera was on me working on my phone. It means no disrespect to the leader of the government business or the House. That's just the way our business is conducted in the House of Assembly. That's how the House works. And what this speaker said from Australia is the House of Assembly, the Commons as it is in their country, is the freest forum in the country. So if you can't speak and say your mind in that place, where else are you going to speak it? I mean, that's why we had the problem in the last administration, or it must have been the previous one, where this judge of the court goes and says that they can injunct what people say in this place. I asked them if they're crazy. You know, they must be nuts. And you know, there's no way I was going to support that. They could injunct. They weren't talking to me because they weren't going to injunct me. I can say what I want to say, you know. Now there may be consequences to that, but I'm a sane, rational person. I know what I'm doing. And I also understand the culture of this country. I'm not going to let some guy stand up and say whatever he wants to say to me. I'm not going to get to the point of any physical confrontation. That's not me, because, I'll lose that fight anytime. And I admit that. I don't mind. But in this country, there's a certain way you have to meet somebody who goes and says that sort of stuff to you. And I can tell you, from the time I was a child, I've been putting up with the worst nonsense about me. And as an old man, I say, boy, I got a lot of energy for all this activity they claim that I'm doing with all these people. It's just astounding to me, if you believe half the things people say about you. Yeah, must be. Or something. Or Red Bull. Something, It ain't Viagra, though, But what I'm saying is that's, it seems to me, it's all a consequence of the life we lead and the life we've chosen to live. And so I don't want us to get too engaged in this business of we must be careful and so on and so forth. We have to do the jobs that we are called upon to do, and we have to do it strenuously, and we have to speak on behalf of our constituents, and we have to push our ideas. And this is so important to me. Don't mind the jocularity and all the push from the seat and all the rest of that. I was deeply offended over the last 2 years by the decision of the last government to suspend civil liberties in this country. Deeply offended by it. And I could not believe that the people of the Bahamas would just sit by and accept that as quietly as they did. It was just offensive. It wasn't necessary, clearly not offensive. And secondly, it did not accomplish the desired effect. If the effect was to stop the spread of the virus, it is clearly a failure. So it didn't do it. What do we do it for? And the thing is, it's not only us, all around the Caribbean. I couldn't believe the Canadians, the people who are the sort of paragons of individual freedom, locked down their country. Same thing here. So I am for people to be able to say the things. Once we are not with guns and knives, shooting and killing one another, words don't really concern me too much. Just realize what the physical limits are. And that's what we have to teach the kids, is that you only go so far. You only go so far. And so I want to say to people that we are, it appears to me now, united on this point of the asymmetry which exists between us and these folk. There's a wonderful analysis which was done by a woman from Trinidad. It's about 5 minutes long. Someone sent it to my WhatsApp, which explains this asymmetry. It lists all of the countries that are subject to all of these sanctions. It lists how we all have one thing in common. We have a certain ethnicity, and the others don't. And how is that possible to be, that all of us are of one group and the next group has, why is that, how do things work out that way? I explained to some friends, we were talking about this asymmetry. I was foreign minister, and there was a complaint from the EU that the Bahamas was taking too long to accept their development aid. As you know, there is a problem for the Bahamas in that we can't get monies from the World Bank because of GDP per capita. Too high. We're supposedly a rich country. And we are. So, but there are asymmetries inside our own country. And so that, we have the typical Robinson Crusoe problem, Robinson Crusoe and his man Friday on the island. Robinson Crusoe is worth $1 billion and Friday is worth $1. So what's the GDP per capita of that island? Well, it's $500 million and 50 cents. But you know that Friday is worth nothing. So that's the problem we face. Anyway, so Dominican Republic, EU is complaining that we are taking too long accepting their development aid. So I go down to this CARIFORUM conference. I think I had international trade for about 6 months or so. So go down to Santo Domingo. And what happened to me was, I swear to you, out of a movie with Humphrey Bogart set in Africa, as the movies used to portray Africa. Yeah, well, the African Queen, more likely, with Katharine Hepburn. Yeah. So, what happens is each foreign minister or minister of trade of the CARICOM countries, each one is summoned, and I use the word summoned advisedly, to this meeting room. And there is a man speaking with a French accent who's sitting behind the desk. There's no air conditioning. There's a fan going at the top, and the fan is squeaking. I swear to you, just like the movies. He's got a seersucker blue suit. His jacket is hanging on the thing, with short sleeves and a tie. That's what I'm saying. And I sit before this desk, and this man starts berating the Bahamas because we wouldn't take this aid, or we're too slow to respond to the European Union for this development aid. Now, your colleagues who have experienced this before will tell you there's a problem with EU aid, which is that there's a lot of bureaucracy and paperwork which goes with, you almost have to dedicate an entire department to preparing to get a grant from the European Union. I mean, it's just, and it's got to be written in a certain way and so on and so forth. So most governments of the Bahamas, and certainly the one that I was a part of, decided that this was just too much trouble. And for, I think it was $9 million, we were trying to fix the roads down in the southern Bahamas. We said, well, our exchequer could fit that expense ourselves. So to heck with it. We're not going to write it. We're not going to do anything. We're going to leave it. They were cheesed off at that. And for that, I was being berated as the minister because saying the Bahamas was too slow and we're going to lose the aid. That's the asymmetry that we face. And they don't see anything wrong with that. According to them, that's the natural, the way it looks like that's the natural order of things. And it has been the natural order of things for over a century. And the question is, how do we change that paradigm? How do we change that narrative? And unfortunately, for you, the Member of Parliament from Marco City, is your side has historically been associated with the conservative elements in our country and in our history. And so that's why I say I'm relieved that you today get up and say, I agree with this asymmetry and we have to fight against it. So kumbaya, and let's move forward on the point. That I hope the Bahamian people understand about this. I hope that this does accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. I think the member for Centerville will address the points, the technical points raised by the member for St. Anne's with regard to the legislation. I think it has an easy explanation. What I also want to say is that why this is important as well is there's a problem if you go to, if you're dealing, for example, with bank accounts. This is the main thing, and I think I'd missed this point, stepped over this point I was trying to get to, about the banking system in this country. What I was saying to the ambassador is the thing that Bahamians most object to with regard to what has happened as a result of these changes is how difficult it is to open a bank account in this country. It is an absolute nightmare. And I do not think that our regulators, I don't know if we have to supply this by legislators or legislation or what, but I do not think that our regulators are being strenuous enough at looking at the best interests of consumers with regard to this. They seem to have a laissez-faire attitude toward it, perhaps because they don't have to deal with the issue themselves when they face it. But I would guess that each member of parliament, each senator, would simply have gone through that process in the last 6 months or so, to the point where, in my own case, I had to threaten to cancel the bloody bank account if they didn't move. I said, give me back my money. Just give it back to me. I don't want it. I don't want nothing to do with your bank, right? Some foolishness about I'm a PEP and this takes extra scrutiny and all the rest of it. I mean, what extra scrutiny do you need? What extra scrutiny do you need? Almost everywhere. You can go to the U.S., you can be, even the ambassador I was talking to yesterday indicated that, it takes you 40 minutes in Brussels to open a bank account. You just do it online and it's all done. Why does it take a week, 2 weeks, 6 months to open an account? One of my constituents was trying to open a credit card business here. 6 months later, no decision on it. And this is a place, someone was talking about ease of doing business in the country. Right, was talking about ease of doing business. I mean, it is frustrating to no end. And so I was trying to find out, is there a way we can work to isolate the Bahamian part of this economy from all of this nonsense? I don't want people knowing if I own a company. There are reasons why I don't want anybody knowing why I own a company. Why is it their business? Ain't none of their business. And once I'm not doing anything unlawful, what the heck do you care? I'm just thinking out aloud. But as I said, there's the real politic. So we join hands in trying to resolve those problems. I would also say, as you were talking about multiple voices of the government, Mr. Leader, Madam Speaker, through you to the Leader of the Opposition, be very careful, depending on the press of the Bahamas, to interpret what the government is saying. Be very careful. Because I've seen some headlines about what the government said. You were talking, for example, about the financial secretary and the Minister of Finance. When you actually drill down into what was actually said, there's no difference. It's only the headline that's the problem. No difference. They said exactly the same thing. And it's come to the point where some of our officials just don't want to speak to these folk anymore because you just cannot get a straight quote from them. It's just anticipatory, speculative, and then headlines across these stories. So I would say, with regard to that, and this about multiple voices and not speaking with the same voice, be very careful how you accept what you see in the newspapers as representative of what the government has actually said. And seek, you're in a very powerful position yourself. You said words matter. What you say matters. And if you say there are problems in the society, you're the leader of the opposition, and that goes around the world as well. So I say on that score, physician, heal thyself. If we have to be careful, you have to be careful, because words mean things. And so that's how I would answer that point. So thank you. We obviously, on this side, support the bills, but I hope the Bahamian public, they truly understand where both sides are on these particular issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many?
Just before the member wraps up the debate, I just wanted to say one or two words reference to the discussion this afternoon. Madam Speaker, I do so as West End and Bimini support the compendium of bills that we have brought here today. It is true what Marco City said. We've come to continue the governance. The reality is this process began in the year 2000, and it's continued. And the goalpost continues to move. And we have had to respond, reply, and to maintain the levels, because we are all aware of the fact that our financial system, our structure, our sector changed dramatically in the year 2000. And we are still today searching for the products, searching for the industry that we once had, and how best we can arrive at securing that second or third industry of our country. I follow the words of Fort Charlotte and, of course, Fox Hill, that we should call for and join hands in causing to happen a meeting of the United Nations, a meeting of that global body that brings everybody together to get to a point of equity. And Speaker, we are a small country. We have our difficulties. We are still developing. Our challenges are more. But how does a country grow itself, when you steal from it or take from it important industries? How do you determine how I grow? That bothers me, because I've always called institutionalized discrimination, that they have used the power and strength to do it, and we have had to comply, or we find ourselves at the bottom rung. Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing concern, but it's not going to end tomorrow. We might be back here several months from now, a year from now, amending again, because we have to maintain our course of direction. So, Madam Speaker, it is all true what was said. The problem with today's debate is it lost some of its focus when Kalani spoke, because Kalani went in the direction I'm still not sure why he's on this perpetual campaign. Certainly the general election's over, but what is he campaigning for? Why is he reading to me what his manifesto said that they were going to do? Obviously, it was rejected by the Bahamian people, so it has no significance. Well, what other campaign is he on? What other seat is he searching for? Because I heard some things here today that certainly does not represent, I think, mature leadership. I think it represents more of the words you used, bullish, childish behavior. And Madam Speaker, I believe that the member for Kalani was so wrong. I mean, how could he possibly talk about travel? He made it appear today again that the Prime Minister has been traveling excessively, not in the interest of country. But here's the member for Kalani, who, when he was Prime Minister, he went to Haiti, he went to London talking about the Bahamas, he was in Miami, he was in Austin, Texas, he was in Atlanta, he was in New York. He was all over the place. He was all over the place as a part of the job. But he also promised that he was going to report and lay on the table the reports of his travel. We haven't seen them yet. We have yet to receive them. He promised, but it never came here. But yet today he comes and he says that again. I think that that is so wrong, because the impression you're trying to give to the country is that the Prime Minister picks up willingly and just travels. Nobody on this side does that. I don't believe that any of you on your side did that. You travel because you must. You're part of a global community. You must go where the business lies. You must go to have the discussions. You must go because it's important for the growth and development of your country. And then he talks about crime, all the work they did for crime. Well, I represent the West End Bimini constituency. And one thing bothered me, that the police station in West End was condemned. And still today, the policemen in West End have nowhere to be. Today, nothing was done. Happened during your watch, nothing was done. We don't have vehicles. Where were the vehicles? We had crime issues in West Grand Bahama, and we'd call the police and they'd say, well, we're waiting for one car. They don't get there. Then what? But yet you listen and you hear this wonderful, what we did in the community and this, that, and the next. It's not the reality, though. We live the reality. And then what about the reserves? What about the reserve policemen? They weren't paid for months and months and months and months. But they're important because, as Marco City rightfully pointed out, there have always been shortages. But we've had the reserves as well, filling, helping, giving support to the Royal Bahamas Police Force. But yet, I hear these stories today. It is bothersome because it is almost you're trying to rewrite the script. You're trying to create a narrative of what did not happen. You, when you took over, immediately you got rid of the Commissioner of Police. He was gone. And then you took other policemen, senior officers, and you sent them all over the place. But then you say that that was done by, or you want us to believe, not by the political forces. That was done by the electorate. by the executive. It's done by the Commissioner of Police, obviously not. But this is what you're facing. So the misrepresentation today, I thought, took this debate in a totally different direction. That's not what we came here to debate. We came to debate matters for the growth and development of our important financial sector. And Marco City, you're right. When we come here, I hope we can do that. But we're no lawbreakers. We're not breaking the law. If the Prime Minister says he has a difficulty with a piece of legislation, we do intend to move to change. And I assure you, Mr. Leader, that we are going to bring progressive legislation to this Parliament, all in keeping with what we promised in our campaign.
I did not want to interrupt you, but the law came into force, the procurement law, on the 21st of September. And to the extent that the government has not yet complied with it, the government is breaking the law. So we can't say that we're not breaking the law. You're breaking the law.
I accept that, but I think you're stretching it. I accept it. I accept your argument, but I think you're stretching it because you know full well we intend to comply with all that the law requires us to do. But this government intends to bring laws that will take us even further. And that is what evolving democracies, evolving economies do. You continue to move progressively, and you would hear more and more and more legislation that you left on the table that we've had to tweak, look at, and determine where we're going to take it. And we brought it here, unashamedly, because we are governing. And it does not mean, at the end of the day, that we are condemning everything done by you. Of course not. But we are saying that we're the government, we have an agenda that we will pursue, and we will deliver upon what we promised in the campaign. That is what we intend to do. And so, yes, we all agree on this side. This debate must be of high quality. All of our debates should be of high quality because we talk about messaging. Yes, you could agree to disagree agreeably. You could have the biggest fights in the world in this place. But there must be conclusion at the end. And we cannot tell the person responsible for the rules of the House that they're not going to be adhered to. They must. You see, because we talk about the words and the strengths of leaders, former leaders and present leaders. So how is it acceptable that when the Prime Minister, former, talks about crime and talk about the gangs and talk about the influence, but he goes out in public and talks about kicking you know what? Is that the way we deal with matters? Is that the message we send to young men? Is that the message we send to the 13-year-old, to the 15-year-old, to the 10-year-old?
Is everyone on your side similarly guilty of that kind of language?
Whoever does it is guilty.
So you're saying this is
Whoever does it is guilty. But I'm making a specific point.
Yes,
I'm making a specific point. Listen to my point. Leadership. If you stood up here and said that, or go outside tomorrow and said it's going to have a different impact. If the former Prime Minister says it, any of the former Prime Ministers is going to have a severe impact. But you're sending message. Why? You build a brand. Why? Because people look up to you. They see who you are. They say, well, if he say it, why he can't say it? If he do it, why he can't do it? But yet to come in here and talk about crime, you ain't serious about crime, but you ain't serious about crime. Your actions speak louder than your words. And when you decide to put words to those actions that you say you're going to do, could you imagine giving the impression for those who might think it could happen, I go into Parliament and I can kick there? Could you imagine that? Could you imagine the person sitting down saying they could do that there? Make sure we watch it next week. We got to see this happen. That is what we do. And then we walk around wondering, well, what's going on here? That's what's going on here.
You heard the term used by Foxhill, asymmetrical. You argue with asymmetrical. Balance it.
It is balanced. It is balanced. It is balanced. It is balanced.
Similarly, how aggressive.
It is balanced. I am talking. I am pointing my my remarks today directly to the member for Kalani, who was a former Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so I'm just concerned that we would come, because we have to get to the point where we can be relevant in a debate. We have to get to the point. I've heard that argument from the member for Kalani now 3 times. And every time we come in, we got to go through the story of him telling a story about what they do and what they do and what they had planned to do and what was written. How many times do we hear the same story? No. The book is closed on that. That chapter's over. This is a new day. This is a new day. And I want to make sure he knows this is a new day. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak very long on this at all. In fact, Madam Speaker, I just want to conclude with this. I heard colleagues speak of Anita Doherty today. I don't want to speak about it because it's rather emotional for me. I lived with her. She was like my mother when I attended Queens College and she was at D.W. Davis. Her brother, Kim DeGregory, and I were best friends. And we spent many days in learning from her. I'll tell the stories one day of the fun and the excitement, but her leadership was exceptional. What she did and how she demonstrated her leadership to us, the example she set day by day, the things she did, the fact that she made sure that when she had a practice, she had to be on time, the leadership she provided for all those members of her team, the camaraderie that she built, but always being very focused, being very strong, being very determined, and always having in the back of her mind that she made sure we understood that we must think country. You must understand that whenever you go out, you set an example. Whatever you do, you set an example. And the country was always first. It was never F&M or PLP. It's never that. It was about the country. That's why I called her a true patriot. She believed in this country, and she did all she could to make a difference in this country. And there are thousands across this Bahamas that are celebrating the life she lived and the way she touched them. Madam Speaker, she's one of the examples that we must lift up and celebrate and use as a model to inspire many more of our Bahamian people. That is the model that I believe that we should emulate if we're going to ever break the cycle and get our young people moving in the direction as we move upward, onward, forward together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member from Fox Hill.
The member for St. Anne's had asked for the rule on this. We thought we were going to have to rely on Mays, but because there is a default position in our rules which says that if the rules are silent here, we can turn to Mays. But there is, in fact, a rule here, 88.2. It says the Speaker in the House or the Chair in committee, after having called the attention of the House or Committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or in tedious repetition, either of his own arguments or the arguments used by other members in debate, may direct the member to discontinue his speech and resume his seat. So that is a rule here.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
I'm in rule, Madam Speaker. Responding? Yes.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member from St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, 88.2 says the Speaker in the House or the Chairman in committee, after having called the attention of the House or the committee to the conduct of a member. So this would be 88.2 would be when you're taking an issue and calling the attention of the House, not when someone on the government side or when someone on the opposition side is. But I'll do the member for Fox Hill one better, because the rule I think that he's actually searching for in terms of relevance to the debate at hand is 66.1. After the first reading of the bill, a day may be fixed for its second reading, unless the House debates a second reading without postponement. Debate on second reading shall be on the principles, policy, and general merits of the bill. So when people are getting off topic, it would be my position that that is the relevant rule to guide them back to the principles, policies, and general merits of the bill. Much obliged.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I think both apply. Madam Speaker, I wish to move a resolution that we continue the meeting of this House beyond 7 p.m.
Beyond 7 p.m.
Second.
Is there a seconder? It's been moved. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House moves beyond 7 p.m. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House now proceeds beyond 7 p.m.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole. Oh, sorry. My apologies.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
My apologies.
Madam Speaker, I would wish to address the query from the learned friend, the member for Senate. With respect to the amendment to Section 11, Madam Speaker, the heading in the amendment, the introductory line actually speaks to the insertion of Section 2, capital A, and Section 2, capital B. That insertion, Madam Speaker, would go right between the two sections he referred to, 2 small a and 2 small b, and Section 3 of Section 11.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St.
I agree with that, Madam Speaker. The reasoning, we're still going to end up with a 2 lowercase a and a 2 uppercase a and a 2 lowercase b and a 2 uppercase b. But the law, as proposed by Senate bill, would still meet the requirements. The member for Senate bill can, however, look, because at 3B, so I'm not objecting to what's been said now. That will clear it up. It doesn't make it as neat as we should be putting out for our Commonwealth. But 3B says, by insertion of a new subsection 2A as follows. That should at the very least say of a new subsection 2A and 2B. At the end of the day, if it ends up in the law, it's fine, but the way that this amendment now is proposed, it only refers to the insertion of a new subsection 2A when in fact it's inserting a new subsection 2A and B.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
Point taken, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this juncture, I would wish to say a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Cassandra Nottage and her team at the Office of the Attorney General, Madam Speaker. They carry out a yeoman's task, and on many occasions, Madam Speaker, it's a thankless task. Sometimes people never see the amount of hours put in to what it is that they do. Dr. Nottage's office is directly next to mine, and Madam Speaker, in my short time there, I have been amazed at the work that all of the attorneys in that office carry out, and I wish to extend a heartfelt thank you to them on behalf of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. What we have seen happen here today, Madam Speaker, in this debate on these compendium of financial bills is indicative of the Latin phrase, respice, adspice, prospice, Madam Speaker, where we have looked to our past and we saw what needed to be fixed. And we looked to our present and we fixed it. And we are looking to our future with the hope of a much brighter tomorrow. With that being said, Madam Speaker. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those that are opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act.
For the second reading, there's no bills.
For the second reading. Do the second bill.
Second.
No.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Move that the following bill be read a second time. A bill for an act to amend.
I move that the following bills be moved for a second time. Madam Speaker, a bill for an act to amend the criminal
anti-terrorism.
My apologies, the Anti-Terrorism Act.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Anti-Terrorism Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Anti-Terrorism Act to empower the Financial Intelligence Unit to impose an administrative penalty on any financial institution who contravenes any provision thereof.
Thank you. Further second readings?
Madam Speaker, I so move that we second a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Owners Act.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership, 2018. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, 2018.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that this House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair. Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that the long title of the Proceedings of Crime Amendment Bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Bill is agreed.
I now move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Now move that Sections 3 and 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that Section 3 and 4 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 3 and 4 of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Deputy, I move that the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
Second.
Section 22.
No, the full, the long title. Long title.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 22 of the long title,
The Register.
the long title of the Register of Beneficial Ownership, my apologies, be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed.
So therefore, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
So Deputy, I move that sections 1 through 7 be agreed.
Second.
It's been.
Yes. You have an amendment?
Section 3B says by the insertion of the new subsection 2A, but you're inserting a 2A and a 2B.
No. It's already in the bill, eh? Is it in the bill already? I think it's in the bill already, is it not?
The provision is there, but the amendment stating what is being done is not complete. It makes no reference to a new section 2B, subsection 2B being inserted.
You want to address it?
Yeah, by the insertion of the new section 2A as follows. What is it that?
It should say 2A and 2B as follows, because you're actually inserting a 2B as well as the 2A.
The honorable member for St. Anne's, can you bring it up? Can you?
Not sure what
The proposed amendment should read by the insertion of a new subsection 2A and 2B. Because there's 2A and B.
Oh, I see. You anticipated that?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to move it.
You have to move it. You have to move the amendment.
It's not written.
So you have to write out what it is. Write it on the piece of So you'll say, resolutions to amend clause 3. Amend clause 3 of the bill. Do you want me to write? No, to amend clause 3 of the bill.
We're just going to amend clause 3 of the bill to inserting. Just move it. Right, inserting after. Mitchell, ready to move on. He's ready to move it.
Inserting in subclause 3B. 3 little b, right?
Okay.
Letters, the word inserting in clause 3B after 2B close bracket. After the words by the insertion of the new subsection 2A.
Today's the third.
So if I said this, in the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill 2022, amend clause 3 of the bill by inserting in clause 3 small b after the word, should be after the letter.
Okay.
And number 2A, the letter and number 2B. Yeah.
That covers it?
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Second.
Order that the documents be brought up.
I think you understand my writing. It's a foul scratch.
I was trying to figure.
In Latin.
Yeah. Okay. There was a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's it.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be amended. That the bill be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The amendment is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, the sections 4 through 7 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that section 4 through 7 be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 4 through 7 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed as amended.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety as amended is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that the Speaker to take the chair.
Second.
Move the resolution. So the speaker takes it.
I did.
Yeah. But
It has been moved and seconded that the speaker do now take the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The speaker will now take the chair. I need to find out.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Right, do it again. Yeah. These are the bills, yeah. Yeah, this one, yeah, the one I put to the bottom here. Wait, hold on. No, it's yours. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined several bills, having made amendments thereto.
It was here? Yeah. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder?
second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those that are opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill, Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings.
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2022.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Anti-Terrorism Act to empower the Financial Intelligence Unit to impose an administrative penalty on any financial institution who contravenes any provision thereof.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Anti-Terrorism Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings.
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many that are in favor will remain seated. Those that are opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act 2018.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Register of Beneficial Ownership Act 2022. Further third readings?
No further third readings, Madam Speaker.
Ordered that the clerk to take the bills passed by this House today to the Honorable Senate for their deliberation and to desire their concurrence. We will now move down the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, member statements, appointment of select committees, instructions to select committees, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Madam Speaker, wish to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Madam Speaker, we renew all business in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, April 20th at 10 a.m., April 20th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, April 20th at 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourns to April 20th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 20th of April, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Order!